This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Greetings everyone. Welcome in the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have a male lion on a buff wildebeest carcass. Welcome aboard to your very own Safari Live coming from the African wilderness. Greetings everyone and welcome to the African wilderness. My name is Tim and behind camera we have Big James. Look at what we have here. A male lion on a wildebeest carcass. Very, very bright morning and we're so excited to find this. It's exciting. I think it has been killed maybe not long ago from now. See, it's still fresh. That's a young wildebeest, and the lion, I can hear him tearing away the carcass. This is so exciting. So we haven't seen this land for quite a bit, but I think he just showed up last night with lots of wildebeest and zebras around. It is super exciting. Wow. Some of the Olololo lionesses are not far from here, and we think they might have been the ones who did the hunt and then this guy came and chased them off. Remember, we're coming to you live. So for your questions and comments, #WildEarth, YouTube comment section at FC, and for our little viewers, kids questions at wildearth.tv. Now at this time of the year, we have lots of activity. When the wildebeest and zebras are around, lions get into a feast. Almost every day, these lions go for a kill. If they miss out, it will be maybe 1 or 2 days. This lion is enjoying the breakfast, and I'm sure if an opportunity arises, if one of the zebras or wildebeest crosses over his path, he will definitely go after. Lions can be opportunistic, meaning that they might take prey from other predators, especially maybe the hyenas. If we look at how strong and big he is, he might walk and chase off, if it's 2 hyenas, off their kill. But if a big clan of hyenas come here, they will definitely drive him off his kill. But being the apex predator, he's enjoying his meal, not worrying of anything that might be around here. Now, a lion, male lion, Neil, thank you for your question. Who is the biggest lion competitor or predator? I would say hyenas in a competitive way. But because the lion is the apex predator, they're not afraid of anything else. So in the food chain, it comes from lion, hyena, leopard, and the rest. I'll only say if a clan or maybe more than 6 or 7 hyenas come here, they'll chase him off the kill. But it is not a very big rival per se. But within his territory, he has to keep hyenas off and other predators off from this area. So say in terms of rivalry, hyenas are number 1. Look at how handsome he is. His mane is still very blonde. Look at the sharp eyes. We're going to stay here and watch as he devours this carcass.
Jumbo and hello everybody. Welcome to another corner of the Maasai Mara, and very well done, team, for starting us our drive with lions having breakfast. Now, we got another lioness here, but unfortunately, she doesn't have any breakfast. It doesn't mean she has any problem. She could have eaten last night, and just a few seconds ago, she was just calling. And I think she was calling maybe her other members of the pride. My name is David, and on camera with me this morning is Bungay. And Bungay, how are you? Very excited because we just had some lions with team, and we have another lioness here. And this particular lioness here belongs to the member of the River Pride. And she's just currently grooming herself. And when I said she was calling, she must have been calling the other members of the pride. Now, this pride got 4 girls, and one of the girls got 4 cubs. Now, I wouldn't be able to know that it's this one or not, but if she stands up, the female with 4 cubs got half a tail. I'm just feeling she could be the one from the physical characteristics that I can see on her face. She is big, and more often than not, she's always on her own when the other 3 are together. They have one pride male with them that I saw last night. We call him Blondie. He's one of the members of the coalition of the Triangle Boys. And there's a sub-adult male also in this particular pride. As Tim must have told you, Timothy, should you have any questions or comments, please send them through to #WorldEarth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Youngsters, please also talk to us. Kids' questions at worldearth.tv. I'll not be surprised if she decides to wake up and move around. We have perfect weather, great light, and these are the hours when you see lots of activities with old cats here in the Mara, be they cheetahs, leopards, or even lions. I can tell from her body language she's ready to stand up, rise and shine, and maybe go join the other girls, or the other 3 females will come where she is, and that may give us an opportunity to see these cubs. I haven't seen these cubs for the last 5 days, and I'm imagining they've been growing very fast. And cubs, lion cubs in general, when they start eating meat very, very quickly, you see the body sizes changing. You want to take us to where the females are? When she roared a few minutes earlier, she roared facing that direction she is looking at. Their last big kill they had was the buffalo, and that was like 4 days ago. And before that kill, they had another buffalo. Emily, you're asking if lions will eat other predators, and always good to hear your name, Emily. Yes, Emily, we have seen lions eating wild dogs. We have seen lions eating, and especially the cubs, or the pups. You have seen, lions going for wild good pups, so they will easily do that. We have seen lions eating leopards. We have seen lions eating cheetahs. Well, that we may say is because of predator competition, but once in a while that will happen. If, Emily, we are talking of predator competition, what will happen? The 3, say, predators, or 4, 5, say, hyenas, wild dogs, lions, cheetahs, leopards. If the food is limited, Emily, they'll have a competition amongst themselves. So they're hunting the same food, and what they'll want to do for survival reasons, lions may want to get rid of the leopards. Leopards may want to get rid of the cheetahs so that they're left with the food that is available. So lions, I have seen lions eating wild dogs, but it was a baby pup they got. It wasn't a fully grown wild dog. Lovely. I think this is a very good start for me and Timothy in the Masemara with lions. And I'm sure we'll be taking you to another live location and we'll be seeing you again soon.
Always a good start when you start with lions. Good morning and welcome to Anvion Ngala and the Birmingham Pride.
This is just an update.
So we've been following half of the Pride through the thicket there, and they were on their way to a waterhole, and once we reached the waterhole, we found the rest of the Pride here. My name is Marna, and with me on the camera is Gert. So this is only half of the Pride, like I mentioned. So we've got the two youngsters here, the two smallest little cubs, and then at least 4 of the females, some of them still coming up from the water there. The rest are on their way. We left them in the thicket, decided to loop around and just wait for them at the water's edge, but then we found these guys here. Now, they are very close to one of our boundaries, so I'm really, really happy that we found them this morning. How's that morning light on them? You'll notice that the one that's standing up, she's got a little patch of mud on her lower jaw there, on the lip. Does look like looks like there's a little bit of blood on her neck. So maybe they had something, they caught something last night. She does look well covered, so it does seem like they've had something else to feed on. That buffalo that we saw them on, or the buffalo carcass that they were feeding on, that was about 3 days ago. And we're happy to see that the 2 Ross males are with them as well. Kamal? Lions are the apex predators out here, so this is the top predator in the African savanna. But, you know, if they're lazing around and an elephant approaches, then they would definitely move very quickly. So elephants are, quite often they're nervous of lions, but if it's like a large herd, or I've even seen bulls doing it, they'll come in stampeding and just chasing the lions off. And so, yeah, lions will give way for elephants. And then also other lions. I guess that's the only other real threat, is other lions. Oh, lazy. It's still early in the morning and she's already falling asleep. And she is a beautiful lioness. Now she's about, this is one of the 8-year-old females, and yeah, she's really beautiful and big. All of these lionesses, I really love this pride. They've probably been walking around all night. Like I said, maybe they fed on something, came to the water, and I'll probably go find a nice shady spot to relax in for most of the day.
Welcome back, guys. This lion is still back on his carcass. Now he's almost completely devoured, but look at his stomach. You can tell he's had so much in his belly. Now, male lions can eat up to 35 kilos of food per sitting. I'm not sure how much he's already had, but I'm very much sure this lion can completely eat a wildebeest calf. Now, that calf seems like he was about 4 to 5 months. Still, by the look of the small horns and the size, at a time like this, young, inexperienced game, including zebras and wildebeest, fall prey to predators. Look at that. So this guy will be sustained by that kill for more than maybe 4 to 3 days. After this meal, he will go somewhere and find some water to drink. A typical routine after our lions have made a kill or have already eaten. You can hear him slicing through the flesh. How powerful and strong are the canine teeth. So this lion here, I'm suspecting, might have gotten that opportunity from lionesses that are not far from here. The lionesses from the Olololo Pride. As we were approaching this sighting, we saw the Olololo Pride lionesses walking away from the wildebeest. Little did we know that this lion was eating. We're going to sit here and wait and see if the hyenas might come or not.
Good morning and welcome to the bushwalk here at Juma Private Game Reserve. My name is James Hendry. On camera we have got Bokomoso, the Muscles Malinga. It's good to be with you back in the wilderness here, and well, I hope you're all very well. And what we are looking at is the comings of the new growth season here. We have got some silver cluster leaves. Silver cluster leaves, and you can see that they are in fact very silver. And I'm not sure that I've noticed how silver these buds are. This plant normally produces a kind of pale blue-grey leaf with silvery hairs on it, but they're actually pure silver just before they come out of the tree. So that's what's going on here. This morning, when we woke up, we heard a leopard sawing around here. We think probably Tlalamba. Apparently she's been very loud of late. And so we've come up to see if we can find some tracks. We found one leopard track. Not sure if it was hers or not. We'll continue looking around here. And then apparently also there were some buffalo tracks up towards the northwest. And we'll try and find those. So, some exciting stuff. It's great to be back out on foot, I must say, out here in the wild. Obviously, the last little while we've been in vehicles, and I know that Tristan's been walking and Andrew's been walking quite a lot in the last few weeks, but it's just great to be back out on foot. So I hope you're all well, and I hope that you'll talk to us during the course of this drive, using the hashtag WildEarth, of course, on the tweet or the chat stream on YouTube, but everyone's told you that. There's a nice gentle breeze blowing in from the northwest, and I believe that there's going to be a soaring temperature of around about 37 degrees Celsius during the course of the day. So we're into the business end of the dry season, as I like to call it, and I suspect that there should be some pretty good game viewing from here on until the first rains sometime in the early parts of November. I'm going to continue moving up towards the north, see if we can find a few more tracks, and hopefully I'll catch up with you with an animal.
So, quite an incredible scene unfolding in front of us. So we just watched those lions that you can see drinking on the water's edge there, coming down a cliff, running down the cliff towards the water. We still have the rest of the pride in front of us, and some of them are actually going down or back down to the water's edge. How beautiful is that? It's very nice to see the contrast there of the white lion and the tawny lions next to each other. It's really nice, the reflection in the water as well. And then the Ross males just off to the left of them there. There he is. Now that's the blonde Ross male. And when we had a look at him earlier, we saw that there was something wrong with his eye, so it looks like he's been in a fight. It's the first time we've noticed that. Now, I watched lions drink a few times before, and I once timed it, and they were drinking for about 7 minutes, which is very long. Jen, would a crocodile grab a lion? There is a chance that that could happen, yes. Crocodiles will actively hunt anything that moves along the water's edge. So whatever it is, if it's close enough and if the crocodile's got a good spot to ambush it from, a crocodile would definitely try. But luckily, we don't know of any crocodiles that are in this, or living in this quarry here, or this water hole. But you never know. These crocodiles also move, so it's never a good idea to walk around a body of water that's out in the bush, because one could have come overnight. There are some more lions coming down the cliff, Gert, if you can get that. It's quite interesting seeing them coming down the rocks. There you go. You can see right top left, you can see the lioness coming down. Now that's quite a steep cliff, so watch her scaling, choosing her route there. Ah, the young male also at the top. Ah, now she's going around the back. Let's see what the others do. The ones that are down here came around the front. Emily, how often do lions drink water? It depends on the availability of water, but also once they've been around a carcass, you'll generally find that once they've finished the carcass, then they'll go in search of water. So this time of year, you know, water's quite scarce, but like this pride, they know exactly where the larger water holes, they know exactly where it is, so they'll trek to the water holes in search of water. So with them, you know, they'll hunt every 3 days or so, sometimes more often with this pride we've seen. But, you know, after they've had a meal, they'll go for a drink of water. And it's usually in the evenings or early mornings like now. There's the young male drinking now. Got a nice reflection as well, just over to the left. That 4-year-old male. He's still with pride. We're going to stay with him for a bit and just see where they go.
How nice to watch lions drinking. Definitely this is what this lion will be doing after he's full from this kill. He will walk, find a place to drink water, and then go and take a rest. He's still on his kill. I'm not sure what time he will decide to leave, definitely after he's had his fill. That's a young wildebeest, so the meat or the cartilage is still tender, so he's still enjoying. Most of the time you find that predators will devour a young prey, especially because the meat is soft and tender. I'm sure if it was a fully or grown mature, maybe buffalo or wildebeest and zebra, then he'll not have gone that far. The rib cage is still soft, the bones are still soft, so sometimes they can eat the bones of the rib cage of this young prey. Look at him getting into the stomach there, almost completely. His eyes may sometimes get completely covered by the rib cage. See that lean meat on the bone. Amal, thank you for your question. When will the rest of the pride have a chance of this prey? They will get a chance soon after he's already full. So when lions make a kill, because most of the time you find that the lionesses are the one who go after a kill, they will be kicked off or chased off by the male. And until his herd is full, that is when they can join into it. So unfortunate for this kind of hierarchy. But then they need his assistance, his guidance, and to protect them. So whenever he's full, they can rest assured that he will protect the entire pride. Back to our lion. He's still on the carcass. Quite much. He's enjoying his breakfast. You can hear his teeth slicing through the flesh. So by the time the migration is over, these lions will have had so much to eat.
Those lions are truly having a party. Well, we have two bulls here. I'm not sure whether they're having a party or they are going for each other. Well, let's just call it a play fight or a friendly party. Otherwise, when you get proper, elephant bulls fighting, it's always major. And it goes non-stop, sometimes even for about an hour. And then, when we see them losing some of their tusks or hurting themselves. I think it's just two youngsters in a huge herd, and I'm sure any time now they'll be leaving the herd to start their own life. You can see the herd I'm talking about. To me, they seem to be like three herds all together. That's one herd there, and we have another big herd to the right. And any day I see elephant is a beautiful day. And she's such a huge herd together. And Ellies of all ages, big, small, tall, short. But above all, I'm looking at this particular herd, and there are so many babies in it. And babies of different ages. And I think the matriarch has done a very good job to bring them out here in such an open area for them to learn on feeding. Because I would imagine the matriarch and the other cows will always train the youngsters on how to survive, how to use their tusks, or rather how to use their trunks. These youngsters are still going for each other. Let's see if you can hear those tuskers locking. Okay, eating at the same time and having a little friendly fight at the same time. They seem to be of the same age, more or less the same size. Sometimes we'll use the tusks to estimate the ages of these elephants. Ridan, great comment there. Yes, you're saying you have never seen elephants bullfighting. And this could be a good one for you just to watch. And let's see how it goes. To me, Ridan, as I said earlier, I got a feeling these are just youngsters. They could be related. They could be the same family. So it starts this way. And one day, maybe, if they may have to fight for dominance, if they may have to fight for breeding, if maybe they get old and the young bulls will try and come and mate with the females, so the cows, the big bulls, go for a proper fight. So you can see it's more of a friendly thing if it's all over. The times you see them, even bleeding, if the tusks will hurt or go to a soft spot on the forehead of each or either of these members here. Once they get to a particular age, 10, 12 years, for the boys, the matriarch will always request them to leave, and they'll go start their own life. Either you might see a bull by himself, or these two may live together, and they start living together, or join other males out there. If they don't, I have seen, can't remember what part of Kenya it was, but we saw a matriarch, and the bull was very attached to the herd, and either very attached to the mother, and I think the matriarch was the mother, and every time he was shown the door, he kept coming. And it came to a time when the mother had to put her foot on the ground. You have to leave. And I saw her push him for about 3 kilometers, pushing, until at one point, he didn't come back to the herd. When the matriarchs will do that, they always try to make sure the bulls do not start mating with their cousins or their sisters within the herd to avoid inbreeding. Beautiful landscape in the background there. And elephants being my favorite animals, I'll spend a few moments with them here as we send you to another location.
So we've had a bit of fighting going on this side between the males of the pride. So on screen you've got the young male again, and the two larger males were actually fighting with each other. Now we think that the one female, she's either in estrus or she's coming into estrus. So they both obviously want to mate with her, but the one seems slightly more dominant and he's pushed the other one away. And now he's just protecting that female. When she gets up, he follows her and he's keeping her away from all the other lions. Now normally what happens when these, so there are two, as you know, two Ross males that control this Birmingham pride, and they will share mating rights if the females come into estrus. But, if it's only one female, then the two of them will fight. And these fights can often be quite brutal. Here they come. See, the female got up, and now the male's following her. So I mentioned earlier that the one Ross male has a new injury, so his eye's not looking too great. So that could have been because he was fighting with his brother over this female. Now let's see. The other male's lying just in front of us. Neil, do female lions attack male lions? They will. I have seen this specific pride in the riverbed just before these males took over, and they were protecting their cubs from males, and they can be very feisty, believe me, especially when they have youngsters around. The males tend to be slightly larger and a bit more powerful compared to the females, so it can be a tough thing. But with concerns to the Ross males and these Birmingham lionesses, the males aren't that much bigger compared to these females, so they can stand their ground. But I've mentioned this before, but this pride, they are renowned for having very strong muscular females, especially the two larger females. They really are very big. Largest lionesses I've seen around this area, at least. Now you can see both Ross males in the shot. The one just laying in front of us here with the other female. Now nice to see the males so active. Quite often when we find them, they're just lazing around, and even more lazy compared to the females. But he's on a mission. Approaching the female there. Looks like he might just scent mark on that bush, watch him. Rubbing his head in the branches there, and it'll turn around and it'll spray urine on the leaves and the lower branches. And there he goes. Some more going down to the water's edge there. One of the younger ones. There's a light breeze as well, so where we are on the road up next to the waterhole, it's actually nice and cool. It's a really lovely spot for them to be sitting at. Yeah, you can see with this youngster that we've got on screen now, that belly is full. It was probably something small that they caught. Otherwise, they would still be around the carcass. And that's also the thing. Usually after they've caught, if they've caught something that's like an impala or a young kudu or wildebeest, there isn't a lot of space around the carcass for them all to feed. And then you often find that they have a lot of new cuts and wounds on their faces because they're competing for space around the carcass. They catch something big like a buffalo or a giraffe, then there's a lot to eat, and there's a lot of space around the carcass because it's much larger. So that could also be why this male has this new wound around the eye. Can't get over this light. This is the perfect time to be finding lions. Early in the morning or late in the evening when they start getting active and getting ready for a hunt. So we are going to have to leave them for now. There are other vehicles that need to come in as well. I want to see the lions, so we will continue and see what else we can find.
I hope the lions find some food to eat. Now, from our eating lions, we have lots of wildebeest and zebras grazing from a distance. One member of the wildebeest got taken away. So the success rate of wildebeest comes in them giving birth in numbers and having a big number. So when they lose a member, it gives them time to walk away from the predator area. So some populations of these grazing animals, or the wildebeest, they are nomadic. So breeding takes place during a short period during when they're here in the Mara, from July to October, by the end of the rainy season. So this always makes them hard when they're walking around or grazing. They mix up with the zebras. The zebras, who sometimes warn them or give them a heightened awareness of potential predators, they also alert to when the baboons are giving alarm calls, which makes them walk away. So lions mostly prefer hunting during the night. So I'd say before the crack of dawn, this is what lions get to experience, and isolate them and eat, as what we had witnessed earlier, our lion eating. So at around noon, these herds will be gathered at a water point to drink. You can see some zebras to the edges, and the wildebeest are not very much alert. Sometimes they fall prey to these predators. You can see our lion is not far from that herd. So that has given them a good time for them to walk away from this territory. We have lionesses from the Ololo pride who are advancing to some of this wildebeest. Not quite sure if he will join, but in case he decides to do that, he might. See, this lion is very, very much healthy and okay. So it means that he's going to take more time to be healthy and also own up the pride area. So one of the success rate for the lions is that when they are healthy, they stay longer in these territories.
Well, a good at where there is a hyena sitting on a rock crop. Hello. Is Odie, and like I said, is that audio? Everybody, the constant struggle. Let's have a look at this hyena that's sitting up top on this rocky outcrop. So as you can see, this is a female hyena, and I'm pretty sure she has a den here. And we saw her a few mornings ago. And the den, it's hard to see, but if you look on the left-hand side of your screen, it's sort of like a dark hole. There's a little cave in between the rocks, and it looks like there's some sand that has been dug out between there, so I suspect that there might be little cubs in there. So I've seen two different females, and we've obviously, oh my goodness, I don't know if it's going to say, Odie, don't move too quickly, but this tree closest to us is a red-headed weaver up here, right next to me to my right. I don't know if you can see it. Sorry, I'm going to draw your attention away because this is such a beautiful view. Look at the top right-hand corner of the screen. Look at this bird. No! Why? Anyways, that was a beautiful red-headed weaver, but anyways, it was so pretty, and it landed literally a meter away from me. I've seen, so this looks like a different female hyena. The other day we saw one and she had a big nick out of her ear. This one seems to have much neater ears. And there was a female that was denning or maybe like 100 meters from where we are right now. And I wonder if she hasn't moved her cubs from the natal den and out into this den as well and joined another female hyena. But it's quite cool. I've never seen a spotted hyena personally denning in rocky outcrops. It's not very uncommon. They will utilize, any sort of cavity or burrow that they can, but it's quite cool to see. So I hope that over the next few days and the next few weeks, we can try and find a better gap and maybe even be lucky enough to see tiny little hyena cubs pop out and play, which would be very, very cool. So that's where they are. They're in there. And I think that if we move around a little bit, when she gets a bit more comfortable with us, we'll have a good view. Annalise, yes, hyenas do mark territories, so they can do it in two different ways. They have something like, which is called like a latrine, where they'll all defecate in the same area, so you'll have like one clan typically defecating in one spot. We've got a few of them on pridelands, actually, where you just see there's just white hyena feces everywhere. And then the other thing that hyenas will also do is that they will use their anal glands, and they will deposit an anal pasting, which is quite interesting. Where I'm from, the Eastern Cape of South Africa, you see it so prominently with the brown hyenas. With spotted hyena, I always find it a little bit more difficult to try and find them. But essentially, you'll see them arching their backs and sort of dropping their hindquarters and maneuvering over a blade of grass. It's actually impressive with the as to how accurate they are with finding one blade of grass. And they deposit this little brown sort of smudge. And in that little secretion, you'll be able to tell the age of this, or the the reproductive ability for the hyena, whether it's a male or a female, and those types of things. And it's typically long-lasting as well, so it can be there for a while. Right, off you go back to the Masai Mara.
Quick link. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the lioness you saw before has come for a drink, and look at her. She walked about 200 meters, and she found herself some pot of water by the roadside from the rains we have been having in the Mara. How beautiful is this? And this is the lead female in the Mara Pride, in the River Pride group. She is the one with half tail. You'll just see that as soon as she stands up. Her belly looks very huge to me. Just look at her as she walks. She is the female I've been thinking is the mother of the 4 cubs. But look at that belly. Jump. Good girl. Regardless of how big she is, huge belly that's sagging down. She's very agile. Look at that tail. Unmistakably, she'll always let us know she's a member of the River Pride, and she's the pathfinder of the other 3 girls, including her 4. She's more in charge than the rest. My guess is she's leading us to the other 3 females, or even where the cubs are. For once, I might start changing my mind. If actually she's the mother of the 4 cubs, or she is pregnant. I mean, that belly, I don't see any sign of her having eaten. I don't see any blood on her mouth. 0. So, unless she ate last night, groomed herself, cleaned her face, cleaned her mouth, the mouth looks very clean, the face, no signs of a kill. Going now through the elephant grass. The den, or the natter den for the 4 cubs I'm talking about, is another 100 meters from where she is. And last week, she relocated the den, or they moved out of that natter den to a new den, but they only stayed there for 2 days and came back to the natter den for those 4 cubs. But as I said earlier, I have not seen those cubs for a couple of days. I have no reason to worry, but would be more than happy to see them. The coalition of lions here are the Kichwa males, or the Triangle Boys. Yesterday we saw one of those pride males called Blondie. And what I will do now is just turn around the car and slowly follow her and find out where she is going to lead us.
Right, we have found ourselves the tracks of a kitty cat. This is the tracks of a male leopard kitty cat. There is his back pad. There are his toes. And he is going that way. Unless he was doing the moonwalk, but I think that is unlikely, as I have never seen a male leopard do a moonwalk. Now, the interesting thing about this particular situation is that this male leopard has gone up and down on the same road. So he's gone out along this road, probably towards the waterhole just to the north of where we are, had a drink, and he's come back this way. Now, when you see something like that, the implication is that he has got a kill somewhere relatively close by. And so we're going to follow these tracks very carefully and see if they don't lead us perhaps to a male leopard lying in a tree with a kill. Now we're on the northwestern corner of Djuma. About 3 months ago, we would have said this is, or maybe a bit longer than that, 6 months ago, we would have said this is Tingana, the male leopard, most likely, or Hukumuri, the male leopard. But now, things are all up in the air. It could be Motswiri, it could be Nhlangula, it could be Tingana, it could be Hukumuri. And it's, in fact, most likely one of the other two, Nhlangula or Motswiri. But we don't know. So it's all rather exciting, wouldn't you say? I'm sure you would. So we're going to carry on heading down towards the south and see if we don't come up with a male leopard, which would be very nice. Sunshine, you want to know if big cats get hairballs? Yes, they do. They do get hairballs. I'm not sure how frequently they get them, but they definitely do cough up hair from time to time. I'm not sure how much of it's their own and how much of it is hair that they've licked off carcasses, but they do get hairballs, yeah. It's a lovely spring day. In the far east, I can hear the call of an emerald-spotted wood dove, which has the Shangaan name Shivambalana, Sharila Shivambalana, which means it is crying like the emerald-spotted wood dove.
Our lion has decided to take to safety his carcass. He's been given away by the vultures. I've seen about 2 hyenas approaching where he was having a meal. So right now he's going to drag the carcass, or maybe carry the carcass to a safety position where he can guard the carcass. Now, if the hyenas come here in numbers, they will definitely drive him away from the carcass. Look at how strong and powerful he is. So still he's got so much to eat, so he needs to take this to a safe and secure place where he will eat with ease. Being in the open, he was vulnerable because it's easy for hyenas to come and drive him off from the kill. So this is very important to know, that when they're in the open, the vultures, especially now that the thermals are warming up, they use that and they will land at a kill. So the predators, like hyenas, always watch the vultures and they follow the vultures. This is what that has attracted them to the sighting. I'm going to follow him and see where he ends up. So seems like he's going to take that carcass maybe under a tree where he will lie down there because it's also warming up to guard the kill. Not a very heavy carcass for him to carry. If it was a big carcass, let's say a zebra or a fully grown wildebeest, he would have had to drag it all the way. It seems like it's a calf, and already he's eaten almost half of it. He's more than comfortable to carry that along to a safe and secure place. How beautiful, how exciting is this? We don't often see lions do this, and whenever we come to such a sighting, we call it super, super exciting. Now that looks like about 5-month-old wildebeest calf. Soft, tender, making the lion have almost everything. The only thing that he will not eat will be the horns and the hooves. But the ribcage still, because it's a young wildebeest can be part of his meal too. If it was a fully grown wildebeest or a fully grown zebra, then these predators avoid the big bones, especially on the rib cage. He's almost crossing over the road, so we're going to keep an eye on him and make sure we see where he will end up. How strong is this? He's walked for more than 300 meters without even pausing for a rest. So still, I'm gonna follow him and see where he ends up. Super exciting morning to wake up to this. Okay, he's taking now a rest, looking around, scanning the area. He has to make sure because he might take that to hyenas, which will not be a good idea for him. So he has to scan around before he decides to take it again. Still back to his mission, carrying it to safety. Wow, what a strong lion. He's still on the move. So I'm gonna position you to watch this exciting. So I'm hoping he's going to take it to maybe the tree line there. There's more shade and it's not far from water, because I'm definitely sure he's going to drink after this. Look at the size of him. Look at his mane. So for all of this who think it's gross, it's nature taking its course. We have lots of wildebeest around here, and wildebeest number up to more than 1.5 million. So when they give birth in big numbers. And for one like this to be eaten, still we'll have lots and lots of wildebeest remaining. So we have to keep the balance, the nature balance that we have here. If we have lots of lions, then it will be a disaster. If you have lots of wildebeest, then we'll have no grass around here, and other prey will still miss out on whatever, if it's the grass or maybe the grass cover. Remember, we're coming to you live from the Masai Mara. Balboa, thank you so much for your question. Are there any vultures near? Yes, there are vultures. From where the lion was having this meal or eating, some vultures came in, and that gave away him, because we've had 2 hyenas come to this sighting. The reason why he's walking away, taking it to safety, because if he's outnumbered by the hyenas, then he will lose that food. So yes, there are vultures that have already landed. Remember, we're coming to you live. For your questions and comments, #WildEarth, the YouTube comment section at FC. For our young viewers, kids questions at wildearth.tv. Still a lion is on the move. Look at how far he's gone. I reckon more than 800 meters. Only taking one rest. That shows you he's powerful. This lion is at his prime. So he can have as much as he can, conquering and also driving off the lionesses in this territory. He's taking the second rest. Also looking around. Checking if the hyenas are following. Yes, he needs a rest now, and he needs to get to a shade. I reckon also he needs to drink, because he's done a very tough job carrying the carcass all the way. Lucky for him, because it's still not hot and warm enough, because the hyenas will have come in being given away by the vultures. Remember I told you that vultures will give away this lion because hyenas take an advantage of when they see a vulture soaring up in the air. And also, some lions that have already been kicked out of their territory will also take an advantage of watching vultures when they soar up in the air. He's almost getting to his destination. Thank you for your question. Yes, this lion can run when he's carrying the carcass. It's a light carcass. It's a young wildebeest, and he's already eaten almost half of it. So yes, if there was some hyenas following, maybe I'll say more than 4 or 5, he'll definitely run with the carcass. But if it was a big carcass, no, he'll just take off and leave the carcass. So as we watch him, I'm going to follow and see where he ends up. I'm suspecting he's almost getting to his destination, over to the tree cover for shade. Let's follow and see where he ends up.
Now, if you look extremely carefully, you might see the belly of a spotted hyena and the odd ear flick. So this is actually a second hyena. So we had a little look around, we did a bit of maneuvering, and it seems that there are 2 female hyenas here, which is awesome. And there we go. Hello. So this actually looks like, I'm just looking at the ear shape, very clean ears. It's impossible to tell. I can't see any sort of spot patterns that I can ID. I know on the one female that had the den not too far from here, she had a unique pattern on her neck. I think it was 6 spots in a row that I used on the left-hand side of her neck. And then that's the cave. That's one cave. And then the first hyena that we showed you was super interesting, because where she's sitting, behind her is a whole huge cave network. Like, it looks like it goes quite far back in, and it looks, rather than a tunnel going down the ground, it looks like it extends underneath the rock, which is quite cool. Now, this is an amazing spot for a hyena to den, and I'm surprised that hyenas don't do this, or spotted hyenas don't do this more regularly. They're right up on top of a kopje. They're out of the way from any vehicles. So remember, on Pride Lands, animals aren't as relaxed as you've seen like in the Sabi Sands or the Masai Mara or at any of the and beyond lodges, or even Swalu for that matter. You know, this area has only been operated in as a safari area for only a couple of years, and there haven't been that many vehicles driving around here, so it's still going to take them time. And one of the hyenas that we were watching, she was always a little bit nervous, and I think she feels so comfortable up here because not only are we're quite far away from her, but she's also up and out of harm's way. Like, we can't get up there. It is going to be impossible for any vehicle to try and drive up onto the top of the den, and that's what sometimes happens, unfortunately, is that we make mistakes and we get too close, and this could encourage an animal to move its den away. Sorry, Crested Franklin's having a party here down below. That was the screeching noise that you heard. So I'm really, really excited, though, to see this all develop, because I think it's a nice way to give the animals the space that they need to feel comfortable with us as vehicles and viewing these animals. Especially because they aren't as habituated as the wildlife in other areas. And I think it could be quite cool to see little hyenas. Can you imagine clambering around on the rocks? We know how clumsy they are. So I think it's going to provide some great entertainment. And I did have a little snoop around at the old den, and I saw tiny little footprints, because there was no like super fresh activity going in and out. So I thought, okay, let me go have a look. It's been a week now, and there's been no hyena present. So we were right. She's actually moved her den, from that termite mound, which maybe was occupied by warthogs or a porcupine or something like that, and now is living up here, which is super, super epic. So I will definitely tell Mike about it so that when he comes back here tomorrow afternoon, he can keep coming and checking on it, and hopefully at some point we'll get a view of the cubs and try and figure out how old they are. But it is all really exciting because it's been a very long time since I've seen tiny little black bear cubs, as the little hyenas tend to resemble. So exciting. And I also just want to say thank you. I know there are quite a few of you who are trying to help with the identification of the Pridelands clan, of the hyenas that we see here. And as soon as I have a moment, I will upload a whole bunch of pictures, because I have got so many pictures of all these different hyenas. But it's just been quite challenging to sit, and I know you know how difficult it is to try and ID them. So we can start to do that, which will be a fun little project. But remember, if you do have any questions, anything like this is a live safari, so you can always chat to us, and you can just do that by adding the hashtag Safari Live. No, sorry, Wild Earth to your Twitter.
We are still trying to find our male leopard. This is what happens when you're trying to find a male leopard, of course, is that normally you'll walk for hours and hours, and if you're very lucky, you'll get a glimpse of a tail. He's come down what is traditionally a territorial path, so if you look down that way, you can see that it's a very obvious game path, and this particular path has been used by Tingana, by Hukamori, I'm assuming the other two as well, perhaps. And that goes down towards a pan called One Eye Pan, and up there towards the northeast is the Buffelshoek Dam, and it's often a territorial marking place. But his tracks we lose about 50 meters up that way, and they seem to be heading down this way towards some thickets and towards a flowering scotia tree or weeping boerbean. And it's certainly one of my favorite parts of this time of the year. The weeping boerbeans are all coming into flower, and so they're huge sprays of red flowers, and if you sit underneath them, of course, you get covered in the sticky gunk that comes out of them. But lots and lots of different birds will attack the scotias, so hopefully we'll have a bit of time with them over the next little while. So you can see it's got a bit thicker in here. And so you're just looking carefully underneath every bush to see if there isn't some sign of a carcass. Most likely a leopard would hear you coming from here and move off. Consulting Detective X. And all we see, what again? Did you hear that, BK? I'm going to have to get that again. Please, Gwyn. Mantids. After the rain. Consulting Detective will get mantids again, probably after some rain. Proper rain, though, not just a few spittles. Remember that the normal weather pattern in this area, and of course to say normal in this area is probably not strictly speaking correct, because there's hardly ever a normal year, but you'd expect between now and November to get the odd cloudy day, front come through for 3 or 4 days sometimes, but to spit quite a lot of wind, very little in the way of rain, and the big storms come sort of around November, and it's around then that you'd start to expect to see the mantids. So Rexon's picked up a few more tracks here. I didn't introduce Rexon earlier today. Rexon, of course, is a highly experienced guide in the area, and he's acting as our game scout today and protector, and he's found a few more tracks on the road heading this way, and so we shall follow up and see where they lead us.
Actually, tracks don't lie, and if you happen to see a track, maybe of a leopard, lion, they'll lead you to where the prey or the predator is, depending on how fresh it is. Back in the Mara, we have the Olololo pride lionesses. They are watching over Splitnose, who took the carcass into the forest cover. I think, and I'm suspecting, they lost the kill from the male lion. They look curious to see where he's gone to. Look at how alert they are. And I'm sure sometimes when he gets to a safe place where he'll keep the carcass, they will submissively walk towards where he is and try and get something to eat. But if he's not happy, he will definitely chase them away. Look at how she just left. Because when you have an intruder within your territory, you have to hide and shy away. Not sure if she's shying off, walking away from that lion, or want to join for something to eat. Looks so curious. Look at how she's watching over, knowing that she lost the kill from him. Now the sister is joining in, walking slowly. And sometimes you find that the lionesses can be aggressive towards the males, and they can defend themselves by attacking the males. Now, if these three sisters decide to drive off the male from the kill, they can. But why risk when you have plenty of game around you? Look at how she's staring. Seems like she's watching over, and also they can still smell the carcass. The male lion has gone into the ditch or the valley where there's shade, there's plenty of water, and away from vultures who sometimes nag them when they are at a kill. So he will leave the carcass and go drink some water. Look at how she's walking stealthily. That is typical of how they stalk. Because they don't want to be noticed or to be seen. That is why she's crippling and walking to stay away from the lion. This is not their pride male. He is an intruder here. The reason why they have to walk away and shy away from him, because intruders always attack pride members, especially if they're big and many. I don't want to mess with a big male lion like Splitnose. Look at how they're watching. They have to keep an eye and making sure that he'll stay there and not walking towards them. Now, these members of the Olololo Pride tried to hunt yesterday morning and evening with no success. So this morning they got the young wildebeest. Unfortunately, they lost it to that male lion. They're still staring. Seems like he's on the move, or maybe he's found somewhere safe to sit and continue eating. Look at that stare. Eyes locked on the target. So when these lions are hunting, that's the same way they'll stop and stare at oncoming or walking away prey. By concealing off and hiding off behind bushes, they still watch whatever is close to them or whatever they've got an eye on. So for the lion that was eating, this is a safe place to hide your meal. Unfortunately for these guys, they still have to walk and find something else to eat. With the male lion having something to eat, then if they get something to eat, then they'll have to share amongst themselves. When lionesses are hunting, that is how they split up. Look at one lioness by herself and the two together. So the one that is walking by herself sometimes flashes of prey and make them advance to where the waiting lionesses are. That is primarily how lions isolate prey and hunt. Poor lionesses have to watch over as their meal is shared or eaten by another lion. The lioness to the right is watching over because where we are, we still have wildebeest and zebra. So Big James is gonna pan slowly so that you can see where the other zebras and wildebeest are. They're not far from here. So I think it's a good time for them to try and make a move. Look at how many there are. So they have plenty of choice. They can pick either zebra or wildebeest. Unaware of the lion presence, that can be an advantage to the lions. But still, the lions have to watch over and see if the male lion is okay or sleeping or lying there. They don't want him close to them because if maybe sometimes when they go for another kill, because of lions being opportunistic, they might try and get the other male. This shows you that these lions are walking away from the male lion over there. Still keeping the eye on the lion. They have to make sure that they're in a safe distance. Because they are the leader or the prime male that is associated with the Olololo pride, Ololashe is not around. So they always treat intruders with this kind of heightened alert because the intruders sometimes will come and fight them off. So if the pride male was around here, then there would have been a clash and a fight. Look at how she's crouching, walking away from the lion and advancing maybe to the wildebeest and zebras that are not far from here. The two other lionesses are not yet determined to leave this sighting. They have to keep an eye on him as maybe the other sister decides to go for something else to eat. Poor lions. They lost their meal this morning. But we have plenty of food here for them. So I'm quite okay that this is how it happens here in the wild. That is the rule of the wild. Come again with your question. I didn't get it clearly. Jack, thank you for your question. Why do certain lions have collars? Now, because of a research, there's something going on there. The lion is fighting something. I can hear him fighting over there. So because of them having collars, these collars are put for scientific research. So these collars might seem to be a problem to these lions, but I assure you that these collars only last for sometimes up to 8 or 6 months. You can hear a lot of activity. Oh, there's a big fight there. Yeah, the male lion is being driven off, like I told you. Yes, the lionesses gather and drive out intruders out of their territory. Yes, that is exactly what I had just explained earlier. Yes, these lionesses are mobbed and driven off, split out of their territory, like I just mentioned. So intruders will not be welcomed in a territory. So these lionesses were not happy of him being here in this territory. Having lost their food from him, they are not happy with his presence. Good job, girls. Now, back again to your question. The tracking collars are put to these lions for scientific research because these territories overlap and lions have a big movement. So this is to track and locate where these lions walk to. The Masai Mara is not fenced. We have neighboring community, the Masai, that live within the borders. Sometimes these lions can be opportunistic and go to the village, and sometimes they have to take cattle. That is a human-wildlife conflict. So by monitoring their movement, the tracking collar act a very good job to do that. So it's not problematic for the lions because this will not stay for long. Sometimes they go for only 6 or 8 months, and then after they've already picked up the data, then the collars drop off or they are removed by the authorities. Now, let's go back to our mission, see the LAUR girls, how far they've driven off the male lion. Good job, girls. You're now assured that you go back to your kill. Yes, lionesses can be aggressive. And when they decide to go for a move, they don't hesitate.
Hello, everybody. Look at this, how lucky we are. It looks like Sibuye. We're down in the south near Twin Dams at the moment on Djuma. This is really, really exciting. Now, she's actually heading into the Mowati at the moment. Didn't get a really good look at her, but it looked like Sibuye to me. She's been hanging out in this area quite a lot. And the last time I was on Djuma, I saw her in the exact same area, and when I came through the Mowati, I thought of her. And I think we're so fortunate. There she goes, she's dipping down. What an exciting start to my day, at least. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishala. I'm so glad to be back and to see you all. And of course, I've got lovely Niels on camera with me, and we found the lovely Sibuye. How awesome is that? So let's try and follow up on her. She's hanging out in the same places that she did last time. So hopefully we'll be able to better predict where she's going to go and what she's going to do. But it's very busy at the moment, which means that we're going to have to find a gap somehow. Everyone's saying welcome back. Thank you all very much. It's very nice to be back. I'm just gonna sit and wait for a moment. You might be able to actually hear some alarm calls. I think our best approach might actually be through the Mowati. Shall we? Let's go. It's very busy. Everybody wants to... Oh, I see. Kind of. Let's tuck in here and see if we'll be able to get a view quickly. If not, we'll just have to swing around and try again. Looks like we're gonna have to move and try again.
Very well done, Trishala. Well, Leopard, good news for the morning. I'm not sure where a parade of elephants came from, but this is exactly what I got here. See how majestic they are? I'm thinking the lead female there could be the matriarch. And it's the very herd of elephants I had before. And I think after training all the calves on what to eat, see the number of calves in that particular herd. all of them on a single file, staying very close to each other. Most of the calves, if not all of them, in the middle of the group. We'll have the big ones on the tail end. Very protective animals, ellies are. At times I've always said you can come and just park your vehicle and just enjoy watching this for days or for hours and hours. For me, it's just change of menu. That's what I'm thinking, because anything green, elephants will eat, be it grass, twigs, leaves, vegetation, tree barks. But I think they're just changing from the grass. Maybe they've been eating overnight, and the direction they're facing or they're going to has some little big forest. And I'm imagining they'll be feeding on the leaves and or tree barks, or basically different vegetation from the grass. The tree line there is the Mara River, but we got lots of water collecting everywhere. Shed, good question for you. 8 years old, you're asking about the tusk. Why they look white now. Here in the Mara for the last 1 week, we have had rains every other day. And my guess is, let me just turn around so they can catch them before they disappear in the grass. My guess is they have been very clean. No, we've got another one on this other side, which looks better. They have been very clean by the rains. As the rains fall, and Shed will tell you, I mean, like you back home, when it rains, I'm sure you always very quickly go in the house, or Mom will tell you, Shed, get in the house, it's raining. Elephants stay outside, even when it's raining. It rains for an hour, it is for 10 hours, they have no homes. So what would happen, Shed? The raindrops would clean those tusks. That's why they look very clean. And at least I have one for you there to show you before it disappears in the thicket I was talking about. Looks like a bull to me, and sometimes you'll always get the bulls on their own, but still part of that big herd that we just saw. But as slowly they're always edged out of the herd, they tend to leave their life alone, they tag along, they stay behind, the next minute, boom, they are totally out of the herd. Huge tusk he got. And slowly entering in the bushes there, and all the bushes you're seeing there, we call them the orange-leafed crotons. And most of the big trees that Bunge will be showing you are what we call the magic ngware or Euclea divinorum. Let's go quickly to Tim.
Songo. Now, from the heightened activity of the lionesses driving off the male intruder, these lionesses have decided to go for something else. But look at what has happened. They've already been detected. So when lions are detected, they give up and they ignore that chance. So lions have to isolate prey, and they have to surprise the prey. So when they are detected, they give up, and that is the same reason we're seeing lots of wildebeest running up and about. So it's hard for her to actually go after one because she's already been spotted. So I reckon she will walk to another place where she might try and maybe conceal or hide herself to go for another kill. The sisters are not far from here. Poor girls, they lost it this morning, but I'm sure if you lose, you have to wait for another chance. Look at all them running. So for them to attack they have to move in a very close distance, about 30 meters, before they surprise and flash and get the prey. So it's really hard for her to run and get prey. Lambs can run up to about 50 or 55 kilometers per hour, but the wildebeest are also fast, and zebras. So even though she's fast, and that big gap between her and the wildebeest, she will definitely not get anything. As she keeps on walking, sometimes we find that there are those that maybe might trample and fall. Look at how she's running after them. And with this, they take an advantage of isolating the young ones. But the experienced wildebeest and zebras walk along and make sure that they protect or keep off the young ones between them and the rest of the herd. So making sure that they guard them from the lionesses. So this is typical of how they will go for whenever there's a big herd like this. Sometimes when they run, they might trample or fall, and they'll get an advantage. As the lion is watching them, she quickly looks for the young, the lame, or the sickly. And those are the ones that they might get an advantage of. So with this kind of big herds, of course you have the old and some that maybe have broken legs. And that is what they will get an advantage, because it's hard for them to actually flash off and get to the prey. That's a long distance away. So she's already been exposed, so she has to walk somewhere where she'll rest. The rest of the sisters are taking a rest. I think one of them is just behind that bush, while the zebras and the wildebeest are watching. Yeah, she's decided to go a different direction. Sometimes because of these big herds, some of them might be unaware of approaching danger, and this lion will advance to those that are absent-minded or not looking. So when there's this big herd, these lionesses, being 3 of them around here, they will all go to different, or pick one of the wildebeest. So this will take an advantage, because if either one is lucky to bring something down, then they all share. And sometimes you find that all of them might be successful, and each one of them getting a wildebeest or maybe a zebra. If the herd was small, that is when they isolate and do the stalking game and advance. Jocelyn, thank you for your question. Will the zebra wildebeest be easier to catch? Now, the zebras are outnumbered by the wildebeest. So, being this many, I'll say it's easier for them to go for the wildebeest than the zebra. But if they isolate a zebra, then they'll definitely go for a zebra. But I'll say it's easier for them to go for wildebeest at this particular sighting here. Now that lioness is walking toward the sisters, still eyes locked on the target. The target is zebras and wildebeest. See how she's already coming back. She's given up. Maybe going to join the sister. It's too hot tonight right now, so I would say sometimes it becomes difficult for them to hunt at this time. But when an opportunity arises, it doesn't matter what time of the day, they'll definitely go after. But this time, it's not very hot, so they might try their chance. I'm going to stick around with them and see what they're up to.
Now, we've been watching these stalks for quite some time, just probing through the mud and the shallow water there, and with great success, I must add. Now, we've been counting, and I think we've seen them catching 7 or 8 frogs now, which has been quite interesting to watch. Now, these are saddle-billed storks, and it's a pair. They're usually monogamous, so they'll mate for life. And to tell the difference between the male and the female, we're going to have to zoom in a little bit more and look at their head. Now, this one, you'll notice if you look at the eye, it's got quite a dark eye. And then also, you can't really see the little wattles now, but he's got tiny little yellow wattles at the base of the bill there. Now, if we pan over to the other one, the one on the left, you can just see it. I'll notice the yellow eye. So that's the female. Now, what we've been noticing is that when they catch the frogs, the larger ones, they were actually washing before they swallowed them. So a lot of these frogs, like the platanas, they will have this slimy, poisonous mucus on their backs. So that's why they'll wash them before they swallow them. The smaller frogs, they just swallowed straight away. Now, over to the right here, there's a grey heron sitting next to the stalks as well. And then we have a woolly-necked stalk. Chrysophoric, they are beautiful indeed. Like such striking colours on the face, that yellow, the red, the black. They really are beautiful. There's quite a large herd of impalas coming down to drink as well. Look at that. This is quite a scene. These impalas are so beautiful, and I think they're often overlooked because they are so common around this area. It's probably the most common antelope you'll see. But look how beautiful that is. All of them just lined up. Like I mentioned earlier, there is a bit of a breeze. The wind is picking up. So you'll notice that the impalas are quite nervous. Every now and again you'll see them lifting their heads, looking around, because it is quite noisy. But also, when they're around water, you know, they never know what's lurking below the surface of the water. So they are usually quite nervous when they're drinking or when they're around a waterhole. And this time of year, you know, it's quite muddy where they're drinking, and in front here. So we have actually seen impalas getting stuck in the mud when they were drinking at waterholes like these. And exactly where the impalas are drinking now, earlier we observed some swallows coming down, and they were actually collecting some of that mud there that the impalas are standing in to go and build their nests. Oh, that is beautiful. It's almost like they're upside down lattes. If you look at those colors, you know, the white on the belly, and it's like almost like a caramel in the middle, and that tawny color on the back. The horizontal stripes. So apparently that's to break up the outline, and it makes them blend in a little bit better when they're in the thicket. This really is a beautiful herd. You can hear them call. Oh, I think the stork in the back just got something. I think that was another frog. He just guzzled that one up. Now, just to the right of that saddle-billed stork, there's a woolly-necked stork as well. So slightly smaller, you go, just in the back there. You can see the white neck. There, he's got something. Yeah, it looks like a little frog. Now watch, let's see if he washes it. Obviously he's turning away. Yeah, washing it. Look at that. Giving it another rinse. Well, there we go. That was awesome. I guess that's number 10 now. Between the three of them. A lot of oxpeckers also riding on the backs of these impalas. Impalas are actually the smallest antelope that you'd see an oxpecker on. With concerns to other mammals, warthog is the smallest animal you'll see an oxpecker on. There we go. It's a nice male with a little oxpecker on the back. He's being quite cautious. See the mud on his lips. What a beauty. Oh, that oxpecker is going into the ear, or feeding in the ear. That must be so irritating. He's not even chasing it. All right, we're going to sit with them for a little bit longer. We're going to send you off to another guide.
It's always nice when we watch impalas. Back to our lionesses, they're still determined. They're doing the stalking game. They're on a hunting mode. But unfortunately, they've already been seen or detected. They walk over to somewhere else where they will not be seen. Now, they're trying to flash off and isolate prey. And sometimes when this is happening, you find that the lionesses are walking towards these looking zebras. Then the rest of the lionesses will walk behind. And definitely this will make them flash the prey towards the walking lionesses. This is the Olololo pride, and this is their territory. A little while earlier, they drove off Split Nose. Split Nose is not part of the pride male here, so they drove him off, suspecting that because he had something to eat, he had a calf, wildebeest calf, they were driven off from that carcass. As soon as the vultures and the hyenas came in, Split Nose picked and carried the carcass to the forest area near a ravine. The lionesses regrouped and chased him off. Typical behavior in lions, especially if the males are not from their pride or in their territory. So we are going to follow these lionesses as they pursue prey. Hopefully they'll get lucky, and if not, they'll have to try on later on. It's not so hot. We have a good cloud cover, so that is an advantage or a plus for the lionesses. As that one goes on, we'll keep on following these lionesses. There's plenty of prey to select. So we have wildebeest and zebras that are not aware of the lion's presence. So we'll drive to the area where these wildebeest are not aware. Of course, they've already been detected by these herds here. Let's see where they end up to. You can't see them, the grass is tall to our right. They've walked into a ravine, a forest covered with big trees. All these zebras and wildebeest are just staring at the lionesses. So as we do that, I'm going to turn around and follow where these lionesses are heading. It seems that this is far from where we can see them. So let me just turn around and follow those lionesses. This herd is now safe and secure. They know that the lions are not close. They can happily graze again. Some are taking even that sweet time to rest. But over in the distance, I can see there's a herd that is unaware of the lions. So I will drive slowly to see what will happen next. Oh, I can see some running. So it seems like they've already been detected. Let me follow and see what will happen next.
We have had absolutely no luck with our leopard tracks, I'm afraid. We think that they've headed off towards the west into the area that we cannot go, called Mordor. It's not actually called Mordor, it's called Arethusa. And so what I'm doing now is taking a piece of igneous rock for a walk, which I think is a nice thing to do. This is an obviously iron-rich piece of what looks like dolerite to me. And it's an unusual rock to find here, because most of the rock you find here is light-colored granite. But the dolerite, I think, if I'm not mistaken, comes from a number of sills that bubbled up through the surface of the Earth many millions of years ago and left sort of often subsurface barriers, and you can imagine it bubbling up like in a pot of treacle, if you like, say a pot of treacle, and you've got bubbles coming up and then solidifying, and as it's cooling down, those pieces of solid bubble will kind of form on the surface and stay on the surface, and that's what's happened with a lot of this stuff many millions of years ago. Here's a bit of granite. Most convenient collection of rocks that we have here at our disposal. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, I'm no geologist, this is much more silica rich, so it's a much lighter color, much less iron in it. This red color here is rust, basically. And here, this is a much more common rock of the area, and that's also an igneous rock, which is granite. Okay. What we're doing now is heading down towards the south, and then we'll head slightly east, and we'll do that because there were reports of a herd of buffalo, or tracks of a herd of buffalo from early this morning, but we haven't actually managed to find any sign of them, so I'm not sure where they've gone. I suspect by now, given the heat, that they'll be heading towards some water, so that's our plan. We're going to head round that way, consider the vagaries of geology, and with any luck, we'll actually have an animal. Yes. Lions, my pet rocks are very difficult to look after. That's a good question. They're difficult to look after because they are very demanding on one's time, especially if you find a young rock. You'll find that a young rock is more demanding on one's time than a toddler, a human toddler would be. You have to play with them constantly, or they become very depressed. That one was very depressed, as you could see. It was extremely depressed. That's why it wasn't moving around much. So if you find a young rock and you take it from its parents and you make a pet out of it, it can be very traumatic, and it's very demanding on your time. You've got to read them endless stories because they like to hear, especially historical stories. They love historical stories, but they like to play as well. And so, you know, you don't take on a pet rock or adopt a rock unless you have a lot of time on your hands and you're very dedicated, because they can be an absolute nightmare. Ideally, what you want, if you look over here we've got a bit of a sort of broken up igneous rock. It looks almost like sedimentary rock, but isn't. Ideally, what you want is a pet rock about that size. These ones are much more easy to manage because you can just put them in a pocket, and as long as you're moving around, they feel like they're having a game. But anything like the size of the ones that we had earlier, really just too difficult. Yes, it is, Megan. It's always a rocky relationship with a pet rock. I'm going to leave this one, though, because as you can see, if you look around here carefully, you can see that there are a lot of these particular kinds of rocks, and what they're doing here is having a party. It's an enormous crowd. There's a rock concert in progress. That is certainly one of the more bizarre conversations we've had together. Thank you for that. We're going to head off and see if we can find the buffalo over here.
James, you have to be careful, especially when you're on foot. When you say you're going to find a buffalo, but I know how smart James is, even in a situation. He can always deal with the buffalo. Now, I got an animal here that's not anything similar to buffalo, and I'm trying to compare a giraffe to a buffalo. Now, look at the way she is standing. She looks frozen. And when I look at all the animals you have in Africa, apart from the one that's feeding on the left, many times when animals will stop and do nothing, to me, giraffes could take top marks in terms of just freezing and just standing. If they're not chewing the cud, they just look like a huge part of a tree. Now, look at her. She's been standing there for like 5 minutes. Apart from the tail that she'll swing once in a while, and looking at her ruminating or chewing cud, giraffes can stop, freeze for hours. Look at that. Not even twitch their ears, looking in a particular direction, and wonder, until you come close is when they would move. Now, to the left of that, we have one that is not interested on looking anywhere, but the one chewing cud, the one on the left, doesn't seem to have had enough, so she has continued feeding until now when he stopped. When he heard me talking about him, I'm guessing it is a male. I'm looking at his ossicons. Hopefully he's going to give us a chance, one opportunity to see them. They look flat. And what sometimes you say 2.5 unicorns. I'm a little convinced it is a male. These are the Maasai giraffes. And to me, this is the deepest they would go in this forest. Giraffes have not been known to venture deeply into thick vegetations like this because, of course, their body sizes and their heights will be a problem to be able to maneuver in the long trees. And if anything would happen and they are predated upon, of course, they have better chances out in the open than being inside those thickets. I wouldn't imagine them going more than 20 meters, much deeper there, as much as giraffes are browsers. Yes, it was a boy, I was right. Jacqueline, you're asking how old would this giraffe be? Rather difficult to tell you the old age of this. But say he's pretty old, he's really senior. Look at him carefully, and you can see a bit of white inside the ears, on the face. Those are the giveaways that you'll always have when you're trying to find out how old a giraffe could be. One thing is certain is a male, and the males darken with time or as they age. Is a herd of them. In the background, I'm not sure you can hear some bubblers. And some tropical boo-boos. Just listen carefully. They do what we call a duet, a male and a female. I call them ecotones. And tropical boo-boos are some birds that will always confuse you because they'll always have different calls. The same bird species, but they have about 5 or 6 different calls, depending, is it mating one, territorial, is it alarm calls? I would guess this giraffe could be anything over 20 years. I mean, it looks quite old to me. And giraffes having a lifespan of about 25 years. Look at the knees. Look at the knees, you can see how they're a little worn out. Either they use them as cushions when they kneel down, or when they're sitting down, they need to hold their big bodies using their knees. You can see how rubbed off they are. Just why are you asking how much giraffe males would weigh? Is anything about 700 kilos. They weigh a little bit more than the females, and most of the mammals here, the males are always much heavier than the females. And look at him, how he's looking at us now. But he has been very calm with us. Now we can hear some other parrots in the background that are called brown parrots. So 700 kilos, 800 kilos, which translates to about, what, 1,500 pounds or 1,600 pounds? Average weight, or some good mass for the males. The females, it's a little bit less, 500, 600 kilos, but the males, 700, 800 kilograms. Excuse me. See, she has remained in the same position. She's been chewing her cud, not moving, apart from the slow motion on her lower jaw as she chews the cud. This is the one advantage I've spoken of when it comes to the ruminants, unlike the non-ruminants, that they'll be able to eat as much as they can and then regurgitate the rest of it and start feeding. Bon appetit, Madame Giraffe, as we take you to another location.
So all those impalas have disappeared, and now we are joined with a small herd of kudu. They're just the 4 of them here, but that is usually the size of the herds around here. I'd say maybe 4 to 10 animals max. 3 females and 1 youngster. Also, you can see all of their heads up with this wind. We're getting quite a few gusts up here, but they are very, very aware of their surroundings, constantly looking around. Luckily, they can hear very well. You'll notice those big, big ears on their heads, much larger than that of a lot of the other antelopes, and that's because they tend to hang out in thickets, so in very thick vegetation, where they need to hear very well. Otherwise, something might sneak up to them. I think they're done drinking now. looks like they're heading off. Beautiful coloration on them as well. If we zoom in a little bit more, you'll notice the vertical stripes on their sides. Oh, now when they face us, you can see those big ears. And they've also got quite a few oxpeckers riding on their backs. So I was checking earlier, and it looks like they're all red-billed oxpeckers. We see yellow-billed oxpecker here as well, but it's not as common. This is I'd say the southern tip of the yellow-billed oxpecker's distribution. We mostly see the red-billed here. Are being very, very cautious before they head back into the thicket. What you'll notice if you watch that kudu walking, you'll see where the front hoof lands, you'll see the back hoof landing on exactly the same spot. Now we call that registering, and like I said, they usually frequent very dense areas, thick areas, so that minimizes the noise that they make with the hooves landing on exactly the same spot. See her ears turning. Tom, are kudus smaller than nyalas? They are not. So nyalas are slightly smaller than kudus. A nyala is pretty much between a bushbuck and a kudu. But the kudus are much larger. From this angle, I mean, there's a youngster that just walked out of the frame on the right, and then the others are big females, but the nyalas are slightly smaller. And if you take the males and the females, the male nyalas are much more brightly colored, with having those orange legs and a really dark coat, whereas the kudus are more like grayish brown in color, like you can see on these females as well. The female nyalas are almost orange, and those stripes are even more pronounced on them. Love that little tuft of hair on the back there, or just below the neck, on the shoulder. Seems like that oxpecker is heading for the ear again. Right, I think we're going to continue on our journey and see what else we can find.
Now back to our lionesses. They still seem determined to walk and find prey, but it seems like it's not a good morning for them. They lost their prey this morning from the intruding split-nose lion, and now, as they're wandering off, walking slowly to find food, they've already been detected by lots of these big numbers of wildebeest and zebras. Now, the unfortunate problem when it comes to stalking game, when there's big number, then there's success in watching over predators, which falls, of course, at disadvantage to the lions. So the bigger the number, the success in watching over for predators. We have this mixed herd of zebras and wildebeest that play a vital role in watching over for predators. The zebras, when they give an alarm snort, then of course the wildebeest will be alerted by that. So this plays or come in handy when they're walking as a mixed herd. So the lionesses will walk to a place where they feel it's good, or they can detect it's nice, to advance to prey that is unaware of their presence. Look, everything now has settled. The zebras and the wildebeest are back to grazing. while some of them are still watching over for the lions. We'll still try and go around and see if they're not lacking. But it seems like also it's getting warm here. A good time for them to hunt will be preferably in the cooler part of the day, morning or evening, and sometimes at night. Lions prefer hunting also at night because it's much cooler and their sight is much better. Seems like it's not a good morning for these lionesses. As we watch over these wildebeest grazing, I'm sure they might decide to go to the water not far from now. Carly, thank you for your question. A wildebeest is also known as a gnu. The sound that sometimes they make has made them known to be gnu. Remember, we're coming to you live. So for your questions and comments, #WildEarth, and on the YouTube comment section at FC. For our young viewers, we welcome your questions at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. These herds are enjoying the grass here, which is called red oat grass, the predominant or the grass that is dominant here in the Masai Mara. You can see cattle eagles flying over. They're enjoying the insects that are disturbed when these animals are grazing and walking. A common thing to see cattle egrets in association with grazing herds. You find sometimes them associating with elephants, buffaloes, zebras, and even wildebeest. Now, the weather is not too hot for these guys, but I'm sure later they'll decide to go to the river. As we wait and see them grazing, I'll slowly head towards the river and see if herds are gathering by the river to cross. Yesterday we witnessed some of the wildebeest and zebras cross, so it will be nice also to see a big crossing as herds have gathered not far from the Mara River. What a beautiful sighting. So these herds have been split up by the lionesses. They all were advancing towards the river, but then they were split by the Olololo lionesses. It's been a morning of activity. Zebras grazing, wildebeest grazing, lion being chased off by the Olololo pride. I can see some other wildebeest over in the distance running up and about. So there might be a predator or not, but at this time you find that bulls will keep off other bulls from their females. Now I'm not quite sure, but I'm still gonna look over and see what's happening there. It seems like just a confrontation between wildebeest. Look at how healthy they look. Look at how healthy they look. It's quite interesting to see this. Remember, we're coming to you live from 6 different locations, and you're about to jump into another safari vehicle.
Good morning and welcome to and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. We have finally found some cheetah that we were looking for all of yesterday afternoon. You can see they're just lying down in the shade there. They seem to be very comfortable for this morning. My name is Kim, and behind the camera we have Craig, and we will be with you this morning. So I'm sure most of you know these two males. We've come across before, and these are in fact those two young males that were orphaned at a very early age and have, despite all the odds, actually managed to become two very successful male cheetah in the area. You can actually see
They are both very tired. I'm looking right at their stomachs, and they seem to have fed pretty recently. If you look at the bellies of cheetah, it's always, some people find it difficult to tell because you can see that chest is very, very big, and that's because they have massive lungs to try and help them run incredibly fast. But the best thing to look at is more the back legs, right by the hip bones, and what you do is you see how sunken it in it is there to see how full they are. So they're starting to get a little bit hungry, but I don't see bones sticking out. It doesn't look incredibly small there. So I think they possibly caught something small yesterday or maybe the day before, and that's why they're so relaxed this morning. Cheetah are quite different to leopard and lion in that they're not very opportunistic hunters. They do tend to hunt when there's a really good opportunity, because you can imagine with such slender limbs and the exertion, you think about running a 200-meter sprint, how tired you are after that. And how long it takes you to recover. It's the same thing for cheetahs. They really don't want to expend energy unnecessarily, especially older cheetah like these two. They've become really experienced. The younger ones will have to learn over time by expending all that energy, having wasted hunts, going for animals that aren't the type of species that they typically hunt, and they'll learn eventually that it's much better to wait for the right opportunity and to wait until they've got a really good chance of actually catching their prey. So that's why you can see them resting really nicely there. They're not too hungry. They've found a nice spot to lie in the shade here. And it's fairly open, around the perimeter is towards the back. We've got a bit of bush encroachment here, so there is a chance of something getting a little bit closer to them. But they position themselves very cleverly. How they're both lying with their backs to the wind, so anything coming up behind them they should be able to smell and get a sense of, and then they're just using their sight to look up ahead and see if there's anything approaching from the front. You see occasionally they'll doze off and then, just like the one on the right, lift their head and have a quick scan and see if there's anything around. What also is sweet is you see the proximity of the two cheetah. Now, I'm sure you've seen that with many animals before, and it is one of those things that keep that social bond really strong amongst them. It's just literally physical contact. You'll see it with prides of lion, you'll see it with any mum and their young, and you see it with wild dogs as well. They often greet each other and physically touch each other when they lie down, and that's because they're very dependent on each other. Like a coalition like these two males will do everything together. They will hunt together, they will mark their territories together, they will patrol together, and they will actually try and defend each other if they do get into a situation where they feel they might be able to help the other one out. So that's why they're keeping those bonds very, very strong between them. Shame, you can see they are very tired, just resting. So I think what we'll do today is we're going to them for see if their behavior changes in any way, and hopefully they might decide to move a little bit, but I think they might be here for the rest of the day. They found themselves a comfy spot.
Well, if the temperature at Pinder is anything like the temperature here at Djuma, I would say that she's absolutely correct, that the cheetahs will sit there for the rest of the day, if they have any sense, that is. Here we have got some buffalo dung. Now, the way to tell whether buffalo dung is fresh or not is to ideally test its consistency by pushing one's finger into it. As you can see, that is not possible in this particular case, and so then one picks it up and shakes it around and hits it on the ground. And when it takes 3 or 4 smacks to break in half, then you know that the buffalo passed this way, well, probably about a week ago. And it is unlikely, unless you have got a large supply chain behind you, that you're going to catch up with the particular buffalo that made this piece of dung. unless it returns in this direction, which we're rather hoping it might. So that's what's going on here. Then I was going to show you a community nest spider's web, but I've just spotted this, BK. Would you like me to come closer to you, or are you happy there? And I don't know what it is. It's broken off something close by here, been dropped here by a grazer, and it's rather pretty. It is the flowers of what looks like they look like tree flowers. But I don't know where they've come from. I'm looking at a marula tree above us, and they're not marula flowers. The marula's got leaves on it already, so I'm not sure where they come from. Let's just have a quick look around, because these flowers are everywhere. Nothing here on this combretum or bush willow. No, it doesn't look particularly similar. Maybe that's the start of something similar on this bush willow. But if we look at this one behind us, I think we're getting closer. Yes, I think that's what it is. I think it must be a bush willow. It's just one that's got a lot more mature. They're really quite pretty. Let's have another look while BK's close by. Am I holding it nice and still, BK? Are you impressed? Yes. Good. I'm very pleased. Yeah. The holding the flowers still skill is something you have to learn. So I think that's what we've got. I'm looking up into the marula. I don't think there are any flowers up there. You just have a quick look. Oh. No, there are marulas. Okay, good. So if you look up into the tops of the tree, BK, and the ends of the branches, you will see that these are marula flowers. Cool. Now, I suspect that means that this is a male marula, because the flowers are all on the ends of the branches, and I've heard that said before, and I don't think I've ever observed it or made the effort to observe it. Cool. All right, good. Male marula flowers. Excellent. We'll continue. We're hoping to find our buffalo.
As you can see, this is not Sibui. Sibui did cross south into Little Gowrie, but that's okay. We got to spend a little time with her, and she was absolutely stunning. Hopefully she'll pay more visits to Djuma, especially in the south there. Now we have a chameleon, because yes, it's that time. It's chameleon watch time. I have to go around, being the first day back, go around and check out all the usual suspects. I believe you know this chameleon. You've seen it before with Lauren. Even though it may look so different to the chameleon that we've seen in the past, Fernando, who I will also visit, by the way. They're both flap-necked chameleons, but their coloration is so different. And we are going to visit Fernando, and you'll be able to do a direct comparison. But you can see that this chameleon just blends in so well with that branch. You can also see a very clear bulge there where his tail joins his body. So this is a male. And also, male chameleons tend to be a little bit more vividly colored than females are. But despite popular belief, this chameleon is not this color because it wants to blend into the branch. It is not camouflage. Research has shown that chameleon color changes are associated with communication between species and intraspecies. That means within the species. and they're triggered by hormonal changes, not neural changes, so not neural responses. But that also means that an animal will be more comfortable if they feel they are camouflaged well and that predators won't be able to see them. And that would trigger a hormonal response. And that's where there's a bit of ambiguity, because they may feel comfortable to be a similar color to their background, but their purpose is not to camouflage. The sole purpose of changing color is not to camouflage. Really, really beautiful chameleon. The ones I've seen around have generally been green. So this is just awesome to see. Now, one of the other reasons that this chameleon may be this color is that perhaps it's looking for a mate. Perhaps it wants to signal to any passing females that I am ready and available. Kim, you say you love how their eyes move. What isn't there to love about them? But their eyes, yes, very unique. So many unique adaptations a chameleon has. Yes, you. Kim loves your eyes, so do I. That face, Kim, says he is unimpressed with us. But this is the general chameleon face. I've never seen the upside down smile turn into a smile, but I think it adds to their character. Looking around. Their field of view is 360 degrees, basically. Independently moving eyes. Each eye can focus on its own. They have special lenses in their eye that allows them to even perceive depth with just one eye, although it is sharper when both eyes are being used, but that doesn't mean that they can't focus and have depth perception with just one eye, because they certainly can. Can you imagine all the things that he's seeing right there? Up, down, around. Almost makes me want to do it. What's down there? And they have such excellent vision that they're actually thought to be able to see tiny insects from as much as 10 meters away in focus. That is a lot. I say as much as because the general bracket is between 5 and 10 meters, apparently, that they can see very, very sharply. Can you imagine all the things it's taking in? Oh, a little bit active here. For those of you who didn't know, I love chameleons. Absolutely adore them. No better way to start off a stint at Juma, for me at least, than with some chameleons, a leopard. Now I need some elephants. I did check out the hyena den as well this morning, but I got there just too late. This chameleon is actually on the way to the den, so I might pop by again and just have a quick look. It'll take no time at all because, like I said, it's on the way. And that would be my morning complete. You can do it. You can do it. Mackenzie, you'd like to know, does it ever blink? It does. It's surprising how many times I've actually been asked that question. And at first I'd never seen it myself. But then I have, several times. Given that how much I spend time looking at them, I have seen them blink. In fact, sometimes if lots of people keep pet chameleons, and if something is wrong with the chameleon, maybe it's a little bit ill, you'll sometimes see them with their eyes closed. Also, when they sleep, they can close their eyes, but they generally will close one eye, especially out in the wild where they've got to keep the other eye, yes, moving around like that. In case any predators of the aerial sort or the arboreal sort, like a snake, like a boomslang, comes along. Oh, so sweet. I could just watch them for hours and hours. All right, I'm going to go check out the den and then check out the other chameleon, Fernando, and see whatever else we can find along the way.
I don't know what is between Trishal and chameleons, and many times she's on drive. She sees chameleons, and maybe she got some love for chameleons. But either way, good luck, Trishala. Maybe you might get something happening by the den. I found these buffaloes here, and they're about how many? 4 of them. But if you look at this one here on the frame, it looks different from the other 4, or rather from the other 3. They're definitely bulls, the 4 of them, or males. And as we all know, once in a while, once they get old, 20 plus years maybe, they'll be on their own away from the main herds. But that notwithstanding, I've found out even when there are 4, 5, or 10 males, there'll be 1 or 2 showing some dominance. Now this particular one is full of mud. So if they'll have some wallow to do or do some mud bath somewhere, the dominant one, or what would be the high-ranking one in the 3 or 4 or 5 of them, is the only one that will have those rights to do the mud wallowing. Unlike the elephants, which we know they've got very delicate skin, they'll need to do that to protect themselves from the strong heat. Buffaloes have enough fur to cover themselves and protect themselves from strong sunlight. So that one mainly is for dominance. But of course, it helps to block a little bit of sun if it's too strong. And if they would have any parasites, it would also help to maybe suffocate them and kill them. Another species of ruminants, like the giraffes you were watching before. But you look at him carefully. When the other 3 are eating, he just seems to be looking. Twitching ears as usual. I've always thought sometimes they do that subconsciously, or if they get irritated by flies, they'll have to get rid of them in that particular way. Or if it's an itch, say from a parasite, a tick, exactly how they'll do it. Look on the right horn. It seems cut, it seems like half or broken. Again, to show us how aged this male buffalo is. Or maybe he has been to a few wars, a few battles, either with other buffaloes, maybe lions, or just age. That's how when they get old, things start falling apart. Trying to compare her chewing of cud with a giraffe, and I think the buffaloes do better when we talk of slow motion. Cud chewing, I don't know what you think. Trish was talking of whether chameleons do blink, and she said yes. Buffaloes also do, but buffaloes, when they open their eyes and they come for you, I can tell you they don't blink. And nothing will stop a buffalo when more he than she, decides to come for you. The moment they commit, they'll come for you. Even if you have a gun, boom, they'll still come and try and knock you down. In my village, we used to be told when we were young boys and could go out, herding cows, herding cattle, that should a buffalo come to you running, they'll always put their head down. If you can, Just step aside when the buffalo is just about 2 meters away. But of course, easier said than done. And looking at his grumpy face, I want to leave him as we take you to another colleague of mine.
So these cheetah are still being very lazy today. Like I said earlier, they found quite a comfy spot, so they are just simply resting. You can see that one on the right has actually gone fast asleep. The one on the left seems to still have his head up a little bit and is occasionally checking around. He's fighting it right now. He's really trying not to doze off. But his head just keeps drifting more and more close to the ground. It's so special to see these two males. If we look right on the nose of these cheetah, you can see there's very few scars there. So it shows that they haven't been dominant males for very long. You know, they're just starting to get to the age where they're going to start scent marking and taking over a territory. And the lack of scarring, something that you can see, you know, males that have been dominant for a while, they'll have a lot of scars all over their face, mainly from females actually, because it can be quite a violent affair when cheetahs do mate. As with the case of any cats, it's very painful for the females to mate with the males, so they'll often turn and swat at the males. Also, the females aren't always reciprocative, especially if they have cubs of their own. And they can be quite aggressive towards the males. And then there's the other hand of course, coming across another dominant pair fighting for that territory. So when you look at a cheetah's face and you look for the scars, that's a good indication of sort of how old they are and how long they've been territorial for. So these ones are just starting to become territorial themselves. See that one on the left has just a small scar, like a circular one, right at the top of his nose, and it doesn't have too many other scars at all. We had another dominant pair of males on the reserve, and we've since moved them to another reserve to try and recycle our genetic pool. You know, the genetics in the wild cheetah population are starting to... Oh, they've obviously heard something. See how alert they are. If you compare that to lion behavior, you know, lions will just stay sleeping the whole time, but every small noise will alert these ones, and they'll just quickly pop their heads up and have a look. So the genetics in the wild cheetah population are starting to bottleneck. Hence the reason why we are sending different coalitions of males to other reserves, and we've got a new coalition of males on this reserve ourselves. It's just to get new genes into our population, to have a bit more genetic diversity. Oh, wait. Because it is always so good to see them with a full belly and know that for the next few days they don't even have to worry about hunting. So you can see a cheetah that is, I suppose, overweight. It's not the right word. It's just incredibly full, because when they do make a kill, they will feast on it and they try as they can while they've got the chance. And the reason they gorge themselves so much is because they don't know if that kill is going to be taken. They don't know if when that kill is going to be taken away or when they'll get their next food. So they'll gorge themselves till they're very, very full, and then they will leave that carcass. So you can see ones that are very full, but they don't tend to get overweight. You won't see build up of fat anywhere on their muscles or their joints.
Yeah, and And the reason they don't get overweight is they eat what they evolved to eat. So they don't, like human beings, which tend towards obesity, eat things that they never were designed to eat. Anyway, we're looking not at human beings here, but at a flower called a butylon, if I'm not much mistaken, and it is slowly starting to produce some rather pretty yellow flowers. There we are. Are you impressed, BK? Yeah, he says he's overwhelmed with my holding skills. And this will actually make a very nice flower. This probably won't. This particular bush probably won't, simply because it's flowered too early before there's enough water. So it probably won't get a huge amount bigger than that. But eventually, when there's a lot of water, there'll be lots of pretty yellow flowers. The other thing I found on my traverse across the wilderness today is this dinosaur tooth, which I think is quite nice. It's quite a nice dinosaur tooth there, BK. It comes from a Tyrannosaurus rex. It's not really a dinosaur tooth, of course. It's just a chip of bone that probably came, I'm guessing, off the scapula of some animal that was devoured and then discarded by a hyena. Okay, on we go. What we're doing now is going from waterhole to waterhole because it's got so hot. And we're hoping that we'll find something having a drink. Hello, Andrea. Andrea, the smell right now is really not very strong. So this time of the day, it's not amazing. But I remember getting out of bed this morning and walking outside and thinking, gosh, that is a very distinctive smell. And it's a dry smell. It's kind of a little bit like moisture, very tiny. You get it when there's a tiny bit of moisture in the air and it touches the sand, and it's not quite petrichor, but there's a sort of dusty, dry, grassy smell mixed with slight dew. That's what I had in the morning, which is very nice and typical of this time of the year. Otherwise, right now, the kind of smell of the bush is of dry vegetation. So if you take a piece of grass like that, smell it, it's sort of a strawy type of smell, unless you get close to a knobthorn tree. And in areas where there's a bit of water and around the camps, there's definitely this relatively strong smell of acacia flowers or Vachellia flowers or Senegalia flowers. It's all got so complicated. And yeah, that's the kind of smell. And then temperature-wise, it's apparently going to go up to about 37 degrees Celsius today, which is around about 98 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty hot. It's not anywhere near that now. It's probably around about 26 or so degrees Celsius, 75 odd Fahrenheit. And so it's quite pleasant. But it's starting to warm up, and we're going to head towards the waterholes now and see if anything has decided to come and have a drink. Northwest wind, so there won't be any cloud today. So we'll see you at the waterhole if there's anything there.
I have found Fernando, the chameleon that we're very used to, that we've seen very often next to this big leadwood on Twin Dams Road. But unfortunately, it's quite windy and this little guari bush is catching a lot of it. So you might just be able to see him or her. I remember the last time we looked, we couldn't tell definitely. But it's just the top middle of your screen at the moment. Now just on the right and through that bush there. But because it's so windy, it can actually make you feel a little bit sick. Just through there. Again, very, very well camouflaged. And here we see the typical green color. Whoa! Poor Fernando's being thrown around. But how nice is it to see the difference between the two chameleons? Exact same species in the similar area, well, basically not even maybe a kilometer apart. but so different. And that's just one of the amazing adaptations of a chameleon. I think we're going to leave Fernando, just because it's very windy, and both you watching him and he probably is getting a little bit seasick. Thank you, Fernando. Very nice. I love how we could start a morning and it'll seem so slow, or not even slow, but you know, you're looking around, not much is happening, and then all of a sudden you get the spark. And you think, oh, suddenly there's a leopard, suddenly I want to see all the chameleons. Now I want to see some elephants, and I do know that there was some on the dam cam. So let's see if we can follow up on them. It's one of the best things about going on safari and taking you on drive with me, is that we don't know what we're going to find. And sometimes we may go looking for one thing and stumble across something else. So I'm going to head off and see what I stumble upon.
So welcome back to Ngala. We just found 2 warthogs just grazing. So grass does make up the bulk of their diet, but sometimes you'll see them digging as well. You'll see them digging for bulbs and roots. And when we just arrived, we saw one of them down on their knees. So what they do is they drop the front knees. Is she going? No, she's not down yet. They've got these calluses almost on the elbows in front. So they'll drop down so the head's closer to the grass, and that makes it easier for them to feed. Well, that looks like the female. The male's just following her in the back there. And how we could tell is we saw the male from the back. His tusks are also slightly larger compared to hers. And then there is another way, but you can't see him too clearly. If he comes out, I'll point it out to you. He's also slightly larger. There he is. They just disappear in this long grass here. All right, there they go. All right, I think we're going to continue. We're in a nice open area here. So we are actually on the lookout for some ostrich. So one of the other guides bumped into an ostrich nest the other day. And it's not too far from here. We'll see if there's a view from the road. Otherwise, we don't want to go too close.
An ostrich nest. That is most impressive. If she finds an ostrich nest at Ngala, I'll be most impressed. Here we have got a tree wisteria. Now, I have no doubt that Tristan has been pointing these out to you, and probably Lauren as well, over the last little while. But they're the first really pretty flowering tree that I've seen. Just gorgeous purple flowers. And they don't last long. They'll be gone in the next little while. I suppose the advantage to flowering early is that there's no competition. So they get all of the benefits of the pollinators. There are definitely bees flying around here, so it's obviously bees that are pollinating them. And if you look up, can you see that one's up there, BK? Up towards the left there. You'll see some bees flying around, but I think they're struggling to gain access to the flowers in the stiff breeze that has come up out of the northwest. The tree wisteria a tongue-twisting Latin name, Bolusanthus speciosus. Bolusanthus speciosus. Bolusanthus speciosus. This is a good way to warm up the lips in the morning. Bolusanthus speciosus. It's much like a Benedict Cumberbatch. A Benedict Cumberbatch. A Bolusanthus speciosus. There was nothing at Gallego Pan, which is the pan that we have just walked to, and so now we're going down towards the Vuurtela Dam, which is in front of Vuurtela Camp, and hopefully there'll be something there. There were some hippopotamus there a little bit earlier, so we'll tell you when we get there.
Just as we thought and we had hoped, the elephants are still around here. They're on the southern side of the dam wall at the moment, or rather the southeastern side of the dam wall. And they're just enjoying themselves, eating away, protecting themselves from the wind. I'm sure you can hear it. They're so peaceful to watch. This young male, the one that just walked towards the other two there, was causing a bit of trouble earlier. Oh, look at that little one. So sweet. I love to just watch them. It's just my game drive radio. I love to just watch them. Sometimes there's nothing to speak about, nothing to tell you about, just to enjoy their presence. They're so deliberate in their movements, so precise as they use their trunks. Makes you almost self-reflect in a way. That's why I enjoy spending time with them very much. That's apart from the fact that they never seem to be doing nothing. They're always doing something. Look at those ears. Swinging about. It's getting quite warm now. I'm not actually sure about the temperature. I know when we started drive it was about 15 degrees Celsius, 59 degrees Fahrenheit. I think it's quickly reaching the mid-20s degrees Celsius. Unfortunately, because of the wind, we can't hear much. But often when we see them eating like that, you will hear lots of branches breaking and rustling. I love that you can hear them before you see them sometimes. Other times they seem so silent. I feel like they're creatures that incite a lot of curiosity from us. Definitely from me. Look at them just peacefully minding their own business. Kind of like the trees. Big, strong, and just minding their own business. Very nice. Sam, you'd like to know if African elephants are endangered. They're not endangered. In fact, the population has had a huge boost in recent times. But they are vulnerable. And poaching still continues. Most places it just stopped, or rather, there there was a great period in which it was very, very... ivory was such an important material for so many cultures, and people used to make piano keys out of them, knife handles, all sorts of things. And then we became better, and we learned that nothing really has to be made out of animals anything. And then poaching ceased quite a bit. The Kruger National Park, as general area, had quite an explosion in population of elephants, which is great. And then there was a culling program, or rather the culling program was before that, and then there was another explosion in the population, and then they were bringing the culling back in the Kruger Park. But still, fundamentally, there's been a massive loss in the population of elephants across Africa that has not been made up. And these are creatures that are long-lived, that invest a lot of time and care. Oh, look at that, into parenting. Look at that trunk poking itself up. Very, very cool. Angie, you'd like to know what causes the female temporal gland to sweat. It's really interesting that you asked it in that way, because the temporal gland is a modified sweat gland. But what is pouring from it is called temporin. And that happens when the animal is stressed. Now, it doesn't mean stress in the way that you may understand stress, or that you may know stress. It means biological stress, it means emotional stress. It could mean something as simple as the animal is feeling hotter and uncomfortable, so hotter than it would like to be. It feels colder than it would like to be. Maybe it's hungry. Maybe its calf is a little far away from it and it's nervous. All of those things constitute biological stress. That means black and white stress, not feeling or emotional stress. And that's what can cause her, or he, to start pouring from that gland. Very sweet. Like I say, always love to spend time with them. Hopefully they'll go to the water. I'm not sure if they've gone there, if they come from it. They can get dry very, very quickly. But hopefully we'll get lucky and they will go to the water. Should be awesome. I'm just going to move aside so another vehicle can pass us very quickly.
So these cheetah are still very sleepy. You can see their heads are both right down now. I think the one at the back has actually given up. Oh no, his head's up again. But he eventually sort of succumbed to his fatigue. What's really stunning, in between those big black spots, you get small little ones in between them as well. You can see sort of now how that camouflage does tend to work with the leaf litter in the background. You know, animals without spots and stripes, they tend to stick out a bit more when they are right next to a background with sort of different variations. We see a lot of shadows in between grass blades, and that's what these spots serve to help camouflage with, you know, because your background is not one solid color, it's many different colors. So that's why they have those different spots. don't know if you saw that, those eyes, when they open, they are such a beautiful color. Sort of amber color. Closing it right now because there's a bit of a breeze, and obviously he's quite tired. You can see that likely when they're resting, they are always very, very alert. Although it doesn't seem like the one on the right is very alert. I think he's letting his brother take the main sort of watch today. He seems to be very, very passed out. I think they very, very. I think they did manage over the. I did look. We can't see it on them now. Maybe on the one on the left, we might be able to see there's a little bit of brown by the nose. To me, it looks a bit like dried blood that hasn't been cleaned off properly. It could also just be, his head's down. Could also just be a bit of sand that's been caught up. You can see they're lying down on the sand. They might have got a bit of sand caught up on their faces. One on the right's now taking his turn to just have a gather around. What's beautiful between these cheetahs, the different facial markings. So you can see that black stripe going down the front of the face. The one on the right, his one is quite a bit more prominent and a lot thicker and bolder. It's quite a stunning feature that he's got there. And there's the theory that it helps take the glare off of the eyes as they're scanning, the terrain in front of them. Cheetah have adapted to actually during the day as opposed to during the evening to avoid the predators that they're in conflict with, lions, leopards, hyenas. So they'll hunt during the day rather, and then they've got less chance of coming across anything that they don't want to. Similar to young female leopards, actually, what we've noticed here on Anbionpinda is that the younger female leopards often hunt during the day. You see them walking around during the day far more often than at night, and I think it's for the same reason, to do not try and come across a territorial leopard or a lion. It's also a threat to them. And the cheetahs have amazing eyesight. They've got that glare protection that's in front of the eyes, and they also, if you've ever noticed the pupil, how high set it is, it allows them to scan for an incredible distance. Now, I've heard that they can see up to 5 kilometers, and at first I thought, there's no ways, 5 kilometers, that's a huge stretch of space. But then I started to think, okay, well, in an open plain, we can see a couple of kilometers. We might not be able to too well, but we can certainly see for a couple of kilometers, and their senses are much, much better than ours. So realistically, I think it is possible for them to actually scan for about 5 kilometers. They've also got more of a panoramic view. They can see about 210 degrees around them, whereas we can only see about 140 degrees. So it's one of the ways that they're adapted. They can spot prey from far and also spot anything that's coming close. I think it's these senses that allow them to relax a little bit. Like I said, they've spent a bit of time out in the wild, so these two have learned what sort of signs to look out for, how to keep themselves safe. They've done a really good job of it so far. They're in really good condition, these two. I can't see any sort of big scars on them. They've fed recently, so they're doing all right, these two. And it's wonderful to see, and it's especially because of those sort of behaviors that they've learned over the years that keep them safe and keep them in such a prime spot. It's quite interesting. We've recently introduced some cheetah from Ashia, that rewilding project of these cheetah. I'm sure you've seen on a few of our shows. And the difference in behavior, it's not massive, but it is quite apparent. And you can certainly see, especially how relaxed these two are. Having been here for about 4 or 5 years, they've learned to relax in the area. They've learned to rely on the behavior to keep themselves safe. So you can see that they can afford to actually keep their heads down and relax a little bit, because they know they're in a safe area, they're doing all the right things, and they can relax now. Cheetahs who have just been rewild, you see them incredibly tense the entire time. They haven't learned to take sort of comfort in their own awareness and their own ability to keep themselves safe. So it's promising to see, how confident these two males are. Speaking earlier about the other two males that we've since moved to another reserve. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to probably go and move on. I don't think these two males are going to be doing too much today, so we're going to go and see if we can find something else for this morning.
It's always nice when you see cheetahs, especially when there's an activity, when they're going after prey. Now we're here, seated by the river, waiting for this wildebeest and zebras, see if they're going to cross the river. Now they're walking downstream to join a big herd that is gathered downstream. Zebras and wildebeest will cross at the same times, and sometimes they take turns. You find that there's a certain time where zebras will just cross by themselves. Sometimes even tortoises cross by themselves. I've seen even the small, teeny tiny Thompson gazelles crossing the river. Now the big, massive, a big number of wildebeest, of course, excite the crossing. And then again, you find the big crocs trying to get hold of them. This herd is slowly walking downstream, and there's a big herd that is gathered downstream, and I'm expecting that by not far from now they will all be crossing. It's a waiting game. It's a game of patience. Sometimes you sit and wait for them to cross, and it can take the entire day. So possible crossing happens at a very secure spot, but I've seen zebras just cross whenever there's just crocodiles where they're crossing, oblivious of the danger. So this herd seems like they are on a mission. Look at how hurriedly they're walking. Of course, the zebras are leading, and sometimes the zebras prompt these wildebeest to cross the river. Just seen some few tortoises that are also gathered. We're hoping that they will cross this morning. Seem like not too hot. And of course, what brings them to the water is their thirst. And when they gather at the river to drink, then they end up crossing. Some of these wildebeest have done this more than 4 or 5 times. And it takes the experienced one to gather the courage of the young ones to cross. Of course, these young ones, who are about 4 or 5 months, will take turns, if they're successful, to go back to the breeding area or the calving area, and then head back next year at a time like this. See, they're all hurriedly walking. Some have just gone down to the river to drink, but the rest have just ignored and keep on carrying on downstream. It's not a big number, but of course, sometimes you only see 2 cross, and then it's always exciting when you see the big numbers crossing. Sometimes this crossing can go up to an hour, depending on the herd and the number. There's long grass there. Sometimes you find lions hiding behind the bushes. Lions know that a time like this, when these animals want to cross, it's a good opportunity for them to go after them. At this area, we call it the main crossing, we've witnessed numerous kills from lions, hyenas, leopard, and even crocodiles. So I'm going to follow them slowly to see if they'll mass up and join the rest of the herd. Jonathan, thank you for your question. Where are they crossing to? We are within the Masai Mara Conservancy, and across the river on the other side is the Mara Game Reserve. So all this is the Mara, but this is a private concession. The other side is open for public. It's the Masai Mara Game Reserve. So they're crossing over to the game reserve from the Mara Triangle. So this river bisects the two parts of this entire greater Masai Mara Game Reserve and the triangle. So they're walking slowly to join the rest of the herd. You can see over way in the distance, there's some herds that are grazing. Now when the numbers mass up at a certain area, that sometimes prompts them to cross the river. So as they do that, walk slowly, I'll drive to see if they'll mass up and cross the river. Of course, this is always exciting to see when they are crossing and how they leap, or the young ones beat the waters to cross. So as we slowly follow them, join up or jump into another safari.
Good luck, team. You never know. Follow them and learn what we have always learned together when we are on the riverbank. Patience, and patient. You never know what will happen now. You remember I was talking earlier of a frozen giraffe. This eland that I saw last night could be doing exactly that. It's the common eland. But looking at him, if you remember yesterday, for those of you who are watching, if it's the same one, it's the unicorn, and had a tumor on the front right leg. Just hope he is the one, because yes, he is the one. If you look carefully, just by the knee, you can see how swollen it is. What I gathered last night, the tumor doesn't seem to bother her, or rather to bother him, sorry, because he's a male. The males always are grayish, and of course you can see the testicles between the hind legs. I think he's seen better days in his life. I mean, elands live anything 15 to 20 years. I would say he's approaching 20, and he's a senior male. Apparently, he is not alone. He got other bachelor members with himself. Could be the same one from last night. Last night there were 4, but today I'm seeing 3. Oh yeah, there's still 4, yes, because one is seated down chewing cud as they usually do. So 4 of them from last night, and of course we got 2 other friends of theirs, maybe also 4, but these ones are what we call the toppies. Here, both species of the antelopes you got here, males and females. Well, the males and females will have the horns, but as usual, males having a little longer, little bold horns than the females. And what I'm trying to think is why should these elands, have the tumor? Yesterday we discussed a little bit about animals having tumors here in Africa. And I was saying, I think I had a question. I've only seen the tumors on antelopes, even call a buffalo an antelope today. So elands, I've seen them having tumors, and buffaloes. I haven't seen that in the cats or other different animals. I haven't seen that in elephants either. I haven't seen it in rhinos either. So I wouldn't know why in elands and the buffaloes. But as I said, when you look at them, for example, this eland here, it seems practically fine. The buffaloes that I've also seen with the tumors or cancer of some sort, they look fine, they eat normally, you'll see them running, you'll see them feeding. It doesn't seem to bother them at all. And same point, either below the knee or above the knee. Not sure for what reason. And maybe should I do some research myself on the same? I would want to find out why the front legs and not the hind legs, and maybe why more the elands and the buffaloes and not the cats, not the rhinos, and not the ellies. Not sure how he lost one horn, either in a fight, or maybe he was born that way, who knows. But males will always employ the horns in terms of fights and defenses. But also, elands have been known to use the horns to break down branches of trees to feed, because elands are both browsers and grazers. Possibly, when he was trying to bring down some strong trees, maybe the base of the horn might have weakened. You got an ox picker. I'm just enjoying the ride on that huge bull of eland. Louis, good question there, and you're asking whether the vet would be involved on that growth on his leg. But Louis, what you normally do here in Kenya, precisely, if say the growth has no human interference in it, it's something natural. We'll always leave it and avoid human intervention. So I would say for me the growth is so natural, and the best thing is just to let it go and nature takes course, because as you can see, Louis, he's feeding fine, he's moving okay, But if, for example, a human being would have been involved, for example, snaring, uses of cables, and then that could have given to the infection or the growth, then that time we'll always call the vet doctors, and they do a very, very good job here in the Masai Mara. Chambo, you see the huge dewlaps, which are a lot bigger in the males than the females. And you see the dewlaps they got there will always help them to cool off or to just thermoregulate when it's too hot and they need to be out there. They're able to dissipate some heat because the dewlap have huge, massive surface area. We'll be happy to see this eland maybe the next few days or weeks and see how he'll be progressing. Let us take you to another location.
So, from our largest African antelope, we're coming to where we see these other species of antelopes, the wildebeest. Now we've been following this herd downstream, and because there's some bushes just where we are, we suspect that they might carry on further downstream for an open, safe place to cross. Remember, we're coming to you live on YouTube. If you have any questions for our young viewers, kids question at wildearth.tv, #wildearth, and on the YouTube comment section at FC. Now these herds have joined up or teamed with the zebras. They look very much determined to cross to the other side of the river. As we're following them, sometimes we might have predators also following them. Predators sometimes move along with the herds, and this gives them an advantage for food, especially lions and hyenas, and even sometimes leopards and cheetahs. So I'm going to carry on slowly following these herds to see where they cross to. It's always a game of patience. Sometimes you might see us driving downstream and then again turn around, drive upstream, because sometimes they don't have a good point and they decide to go upstream. So this is very exciting to see if we happen to cross. Look at the big numbers there. They're still heading or going downstream. We're still crossing our fingers and we'll still follow them.
I hope that they will cross. I am making my way to Buffalo Dam now and hoping that I'll find something playing in there too, hopefully some elephants. But for now, I've stopped for some little bits of greenery that's starting to poke out that I just love. And of course the impala in the background as well. It's such a special green. Those first little bits of green that pop out in spring. Isn't it just? It's so special. The transformation happened so quickly. I expected it to be greener when I came back. But once you have these good rains, not even for a week, just for a few days, maybe even just for a few hours, and this time of year, everything just springs to life so quickly. And I said to you that I expected it to be greener, but actually now that I'm looking out, because I'm actually on the northern boundary, and I can see quite a lot of green ahead of me. If we look down into that dip, and then obviously in a dip, in a drainage, those trees will start to turn the quickest. Have you ever thought to yourself, why green? Seems like it's as good as any other color, I guess. But why are leaves green? Why are trees green? We know it's because of chlorophyll. But why is chlorophyll green? Why has evolution and nature or adaptation steered towards green? Ooh, I knew Hex. We'll get back to the color green in the leaves, but you have a super interesting question. If lots of mammals are camouflaged or trying to camouflage, why don't they have green fur? That is because green is a difficult pigment to produce. You actually won't see it on mammals at all. In fact, some of the most colorful mammals that use color to display something or to try and camouflage themselves, you're looking at things like a badger or a striped polecat, honey badgers, distinct black and white. Or you're thinking, oh, you can imagine something like a mandrill, which has blue and red. But that's as colorful as mammals get, and that's because producing these other pigments is a great investment and obviously is not so useful. If there was one mutation that caused some animal to have some green stripes in it, or some mammal to have these green stripes in it, then it would have persisted. It's often not about the fittest, but about the fit. If you are able to survive and reproduce, that's all that matters. You don't have to be the best of the best. That's my best explanation for why there's no green mammals. But have you thought about why chlorophyll is green just yet? Because I recently learned this. I thought it's quite cool because you see green trees and green plants and you know it to be green. Why should it be any different? And then it comes down to the fact that obviously if we see something that's green, it means that the light that they're reflecting most of is green. And considering that trees and plants need to photosynthesize, so they're collecting energy from the sun, you'd think that they want to collect the most light. But in fact, green is one of the wavelengths of light that the sun produces most of. So in fact, what they're doing is reflecting what they could be collecting the most energy from. And it seems counterproductive. But recent research showed that perhaps it's not just absorbing as much sunlight as possible, that the plant wants to do, but wants to absorb as much sunlight without fluctuations. And that's important because collecting energy from the sun needs to be a consistent thing, and that's
our wildebeest and zebras are still walking downstream. We can see that some of the zebras are stopped and they're carrying on grazing. As the rest of the wildebeest are walking downstream, we stopped here to see if they might decide to come upstream. While I can see some others that are relaxed, that's a sign that they'll not be crossing soon. But it depends on the rest of the herd that has walked downstream. There's lots of bushes here, and not a good place for us to witness them crossing. But I'm hoping that this wildebeest will decide to come to an open area where it's nice to witness these crossings. Now, as they keep on grazing, they sometimes are spooked and they might end up jumping into the river. I can see the zebras there at least watching over, and some of the zebras, wildebeest, are ready because I can see them walking towards the river down there. See, one is on the edge there, looking at the waters. Sometimes when they see the big crocs, they end up walking further downstream or maybe upstream. It's not a big herd though, but the rest of the big herds, I tell you, are downstream. But of course, the bushes have kept us at bay because we can't really get that close for a good view. The zebras are determined maybe to cross on their own as they have been left behind by the wildebeest. Now, sometimes when there are other zebras or wildebeest across the river, it's a good sign because the rest that are on this side want to join the rest of the herd. And sometimes because of the rain, we see them crossing over to the side. And how interesting it is sometimes when it rains after they've crossed from either side, then they end up heading back. Seems like they're walking up towards the plains while the rest of the herds from the plains are joining in. So sometimes there's a confusion on where to go to. These herds are not yet decided. Of course, it's a game of patience. Thank you so much for your question. We have, these are called the white-bearded gnu. We have the blue wildebeest and of course the black wildebeest. So these are all subspecies here in East Africa, and the rest are further down in South Africa. So this is the white-bearded gnu or white-bearded wildebeest. So back to our herds. The wildebeest are looking at the river, while the rest of the herd, I can see they are trying to join them. This, I tell you, is going to be super exciting if they all gang up and gather at the one crossing and decide to cross. With these herds, I tell you, the big number, it's gonna take more than 20 or 25 minutes. Sometimes we've seen crossing go over for about 2 or 3 hours. That is the last big crossing that I ever saw. Now, as we still wait for them to cross, I can see a big herd gathering up there. So let's drive slowly to see where they will cross at. Some of the zebras have decided to go upstream, which is, I think, a total confusion of what's happening here. You can see some zebras are walking back upstream, while the rest have gone downstream, joining the wildebeest. So like I tell you, it's sometimes a confusion on where to cross. Oh, I can see some other zebras running towards the river. Viewers, just going to turn round. They have run down to the water. So let's see if they will decide to cross, and I think that's the reason why the rest of the zebras have turned round upstream. It seems like a good path here, but sometimes they go to the water and decide, oh no. So let's hope they will cross from here. So I'm going to keep a safe distance, not spook them, because sometimes when they are spooked, they walk away from the river. Not a small herd, not a big herd, but it's always exciting to see if they decide to cross. Seems like a good place. And sometimes you wonder why are the herds not using these crossing points. So it totally depends on them. Joining the herds is one topi over there. And across the river there's a big male giraffe walking. So let's see if these guys will decide to cross. And I'm sure our patience will pay. Look at the giraffe strolling over. So big male giraffes will sometimes be seen by themselves. They walk from one area to another. Giraffes don't have territories. They occupy what you call home ranges. And the big dominant bulls sometimes walk in search of females to mate with. See how dark he is. He's watching over to see if these zebras will cross. Of course, he wants to witness, just the same as us. I'm not sure whether he'll be excited watching over the zebras cross. So the zebras are still watching the river. See just a few. One seems like he might be the leader, but he has to look carefully before he steps in the water. In this water, there are big Nile crocs. So they have to be careful. Of course, one by one, keeps on advancing. Look at how they're staring at the water with their ears bent forward. That is how zebras are alert. And the reason why they are joined by wildebeest during this time, because they have sharp eyes and also play a vital role in terms of security and watch. Sometimes you find other plains game join zebras, and they like associating themselves with the zebras because of their sharp eyes. See the single topi there also deciding to make a move. Be nice to see, because topis, when they get to the water, they don't hesitate. They just rush and cross over. Topis also have a sharp eye. So you find sometimes Thompson gazelles, impalas associating themselves with the topi. The mixed herd play a vital role in security. See how their tails are swishing right, left to take off flies. So let's be patient and wait to see if they will decide to cross.
Well, Welcome to the Pridelands pool party we are having very early this morning. I don't see any mimosas or pina coladas and things like that being served today. I suppose elephants probably don't like them. But anyways, this is just the bulls, believe it or not. There is not a cow in sight, but a rather large bachelor herd and some new elephant bulls that I haven't seen before, which is really exciting. It looks like Dex is here, one of the collared bulls from All That Elephants Alive are researching. So he's somewhere in the mix there. But there's some really big elephants. Similar sized, so they're just all in there at the moment, having a bit of a swim. But what's about to happen now is that there is a breeding herd that's going to join them. So I'm just watching to see where they're going to go and which breeding herd it is. Here they come. Oh wow. This is awesome. Have a look, Odie, over your right shoulder.
Well, I think we might have lost Taylor there. You'd imagine when we broadcast from the African wilderness, sometimes we get these technical hitches, but on a brighter note, we got a heron that thinking is hunting. Now, I have always admired how herons do hunt, because they're always very slow, very patient, and when they walk, they just walk like elephants. And I highly doubt their prey would even hear them or see them. Maybe they may see them, but not hear them. So once they walk, like where they are, this one to me looks like the black-headed heron. They'll stop and carefully look in the grass. That's just a normal scratch she's having, and then just shoot their beak and neck like a spear and grab. They mainly hunt rodents, mice, rats. They get, of course, some amphibians like frogs in there, insects too, grasshoppers, for example, locusts, crickets if they catch them. Just look how she goes. The times they do not dropping like what's done by the kingfishers, but that's a little different because at least they have the advantage of the long legs and the long necks. There's something very special about the herons. Herons will feed both during the day and at night. Unlike certain birds that, when it comes to darkness, they'll go perch on top of trees or roost and spend the day. The herons tend to feed throughout the night. I just want to back up a little bit because there's something very special about herons. Once they're lucky and they catch their prey, however big it is, you see their necks about an inch or so wide, but you'd imagine them catching a mouse or a rat. It's that big. First thing they do is to make sure it's dead. Of course, they may squeeze it with your beak. They'll not definitely chew it. And once they squeeze it, it's dead. How they swallow them is something I've never understood because the neck I'm talking about an inch that much, it comes to about 3 inches and the whole thing just goes just inside. We just reposition and see if we can see this heron again. And most likely, if you're lucky, we can see her catch a prey for herself. It's very interesting to see them, how they swallow their prey. And the times way back, I would look at them and say they have to cut it into small pieces before they swallow it. Are you happy there, Bugay? But apparently, they do not even squeeze it or try to break it in small pieces. They straight away put it in the mouth and down the neck and to the belly. She must have disappeared somewhere there in the grass. There she is. Just gone down, not sure whether she's trying to get something. Just find out. The last I saw one hunt a mouse, it was very interesting because it doesn't take more than 5 seconds from the beak through the throat down to the belly. And then I thought she was done with the meal. Konomi, I agree with you that the neck is designed for like hunting snakes too. Well, if they do catch snakes like the secretary birds or like so many other ground birds like the hornbills, I have seen herons also catching birds. I mean, catching reptiles like snakes in the grass, but the small one or the big ones. And you just see them swishing them around until they're dead. And like the mouse or the rat I was talking about, very slowly they swallow them. The only challenge I remember seeing once, it's either the snake wasn't dead or pretended to be dead, and as the snake went inside, it started giving the heron a bit of discomfort. And he tried to bring it out and couldn't come out. And you could see the heron was in a bit of a trouble or was in a lot of discomfort. Now, Konomi, if you're still watching, see what she's doing. Look at her neck. Do you see that? So what's happening here, she has spotted the prey. But sometimes she has to be sure the distance, number one, two, what type of prey is it? So it's like the doping that I was talking about done by the fish, kingfishers moving their heads up and down. But the herons, they tend to swish their necks. Look at that. So before she commits to throw herself in front to catch the prey, she has to calculate the distance, the size of the prey, and how dangerous maybe the prey could be. But two things, the distance and the size. Because it's a fully grown, mouse or fully grown rat, she has to throw all her strength, and also the speed must come into play to guarantee all the success of the hunt. If she's convinced it's not worth it, she'll move on. They also blend in very well in the grass. And remember, we're coming to you live. Should you have any questions or comments, please send them through to #WorldEarth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section, the YouTube chat channels. Youngsters, kids' questions at worldearth.tv. See the doping again. Not sure this is called doping like we see in kingfishers, but maybe the same one. But the whole idea or the concept here is the same. Heron, I'm wishing you luck. Catch yourself something for breakfast as we take you to another story elsewhere.
I have gotten my wish. Lots and lots of elephants around us. Now the Incahumas have been found close by here. This is Quarry Pan Road. So I was actually just on my way to visit them for the last half an hour of the drive. And then we came across this huge elephant roadblock. Isn't this just wonderful? I love it when they come to you. They walked straight up to us. They said, this is good sand to throw on ourselves, yes. I'm so glad that you're not getting too much of the wind. Oh, just as I say that, it picks up. I was going to say, it's so nice to listen. Look at them coming through. You know, when we drove up here, nobody was in the road. They were all in the bushes. And we stopped far from them. But they're moving in the direction of Buffelshoek Dam. I just want to watch them for a little bit because I would love to move out of the way, but you don't want to move in a way that's going to scare them. So it's often better to let them decide how they want to move around you if you happen to be in the road and they're walking. Look at this, look at this. So lucky. This is a really, really large herd. Oh, aren't we so lucky? Hello. Yes, you're a stunner. They just keep coming and coming. I think we have the last few now. Hi, Red. You want to know why elephants throw the sand on themselves? Hey, big girl. Well, you can see that they have really wrinkly skin. So even for us, the skin isn't as wrinkly. If we threw sand on ourselves, it would increase the friction on our skin. So if we were itchy in any spot, it would help us to kind of get that itch. Now with them, they have these wrinkles on the skin, which means that the sand gets into these grooves really, really nicely and can help them with that itch too. Apart from that, when they're wet and they throw sand onto them, it can cake. In fact, they're looking quite caked already. If we look at this gorgeous female in front of us and her forehead, you can see what I mean. It's very muddy. And that would allow her, once she rubs herself on a tree, that would allow her to pull off any parasites. And she's got quite a few ticks. Well, she's the last of the lot. It was a really, really nice sighting, a really huge herd. Hopefully we'll be able to find the Nkuhumas after this. That was so nice. That was so nice. Okay, so this vehicle has just said to me that they've come from them and I need to go through this way. So the next time you'll see me, hopefully I would have found them. Apparently they're very flat, but that doesn't matter. It'd be lovely to see them.
We also hope that Tishala will do well. So here we have our river horse I think he wants to go to the river. So hippos are known to walk out of the water in the evening and return by morning. But sometimes it's not unusual to see them out of the water at a time like this. I can see a big scar. Could be he was involved in a big fight from other rivalry males. Could be he's been ousted out of his territory, or maybe he's a young bull that was not welcome in one of the territory. Now he's politely or softly just looking at that entrance while these zebras are waiting to cross. Look at how big he is and how slowly he's walking. I think he's decided to turn around and walk away from that river. You can see the big scars. Definitely he was involved in a big fight. When hippos fight, the big task, really get them to be, who have big scars on their body. And when this happens, when they're back in the water, the fish or the catfish that are in the water sometimes nibble on the wounds, and oxpeckers also irritate them by eating the larvae laid by flies on the scars. And sometimes also the oxpeckers actually suck blood on these scars. Now he's decided to walk away. Not quite sure where he'll end up. But sometimes when this happens, you find that they seek refuge at water holes in the savannah or sometimes in the swamps because they're not welcome back in the water by the rivalry males. Now back to our river here, we still have the zebras. Come again with your question, please. That passed me over. Thank you for your question. Who is more aggressive or more hot-tempered? Is it the buffalo or the hippo? I say both are hot-tempered or bad-tempered. So when encountered on foot, if you come across that hippo just between the hippo and the water, then definitely he will go after you. I've been raised in the wilderness areas where buffaloes are often encountered, and because buffaloes never give a warning sound, we are always told to be keen and watch over buffaloes because they'll just definitely go after you. So both have hot temper. So if you come close to a river, then you definitely be in a big fight between yourself and the hippo. Now in the African wilderness areas, we find that people come to fetch water using these hippo trails to go to the water. And sometimes this happens in the morning and in the evening. So hippos have known to kill humans. And also buffaloes have known to kill humans. So I'll say it's a bit 50-50 of temper. Look at another hippo there. He's decided to walk out of the water. And I think the reason why that bull did not join here because that guy will not have tolerated him. It seems like he's also been kicked out because I can see another bull advancing from the water. Look at how he's marking his territory by sprinkling or sprinkling his dung onto the edges of the rivers there.
We're back. Thankfully, the pool party is still going on here at Ndlovu Dam, where there's so much going on. So a lot of the big bulls are still around. There is a breeding herd that's just on the other side, and then a few more young bulls that were just tailing the end of the herd have just made their way in. And this breeding herd is one that we don't get to spend much time with. It is Masana's herd. So Masana is a female. I don't know if she's the matriarch or not, but she has got a collar on her. She's standing in and amongst those elephants, sort of in the center over there. I'm just trying to see which one she is. You'll notice her because she's got a collar on her. She's a really big cow. Like, she's huge. It's so nice to see some big Ellie cows. Where have you gone? She was standing in there just a minute ago. It might just be difficult with all the elephants that are around there, but she has a pretty big herd, and it is cool that we get to see her. She's sometimes not so relaxed with the vehicles. She can be a little bit antsy, so I always try and give her a lot of room when I do see her. So we typically just watch her from the distance. But she was actually quite chilled today, which was nice. But the rest of them are having a swim. I'm so envious right now. We have been baking in the sun because there's no shade to really sit under. And all I want to do is jump in and swim around with those elephants. But of course, we won't be doing that. That'd be a death sentence. Or maybe they would just run away, but I'm not going to take my chances and give the elephants a bad name. But this is super cool. And I think this is what we're going to see for pretty much the rest of the morning. It's exceptionally hot. It feels like it's already almost 30 degrees Celsius here in the Lowveld, maybe even a little bit warmer. I'm expecting high 30s. Maybe it will push to 40, but I don't know. I am not sure. We will have to wait and see. Hello, little one. You've been in the water for the longest. This little elephant there has just been having the best time. It was the first one of the breeding herd to come through and go down into the water, and has literally only deciding to come out now. Elephants flap their ears as a way to sort of keep themselves nice and cool. I always like to describe it as a radiator in a car, and that's pretty much the function of the ears. So it's the thinnest part of skin on the elephant's body is around the ears. You can sometimes even see their blood vessels. We might be able to see these elephants that are closest to us with their backs towards us as they open up their ears. You should be able to see the very, very, very thick blood vessels. So by flapping those ears, it will cool the blood, or it generates wind, and then it cools the bloodstream down directly, and that circulates through their body. So that's just one way for them to keep cool. But on a day like today, it's almost impossible. That's not enough. So they'll stand in shade underneath the trees to also keep cool. But if there is water available in a nice big pool like we have here at LAUR Dam, then why not swim? I know that for me is the most refreshing way to cool down. I don't have a pool right now, so it's typically a cold shower, or I wet my kakoi and, throw that over the top of me. That works quite well. But otherwise, elephants, if they can, they will always swim. You'll see, like in Botswana, where there's big river systems and deltas and things like that, or even up in Zambia and Zimbabwe, along the Zambezi River, the elephants are always in it. They are swimming every single day. They also swim out and feed on the islands, which is quite cool to watch. So we don't really get to see the elephants swimming properly because they can stand here, but they are exceptionally good swimmers. And even the little ones have to cross deep channels and rivers too, but then of course the adults will help them and make sure that they can get through safely. They'll often put their trunks underneath their bellies like a little flotation device. It's quite sweet to watch them do that. And then of course they play around. They become like children in a swimming pool. And some are, of course, more extravagant than others. You'll see some of them just sort of wade around in there and keep nice and cool, and then others are leaping into the air as if they were dolphins, and then splashing back down again into the water. But it's getting shallower and shallower, but luckily the elephants have been swimming here for most of the year, so they've hollowed the middle out quite a bit, so you can see how deep it is in the middle section there, especially when a fully grown elephant stands. I don't think I'd be able to stand in the middle. I think maybe you'd just see the top of my head. Oh no. Get out there, elephant. That little elephant is going to get itself in trouble. That big bull is going to jump on top of it. Luckily, they do have a trunk, though, so if they are pushed underneath by the frisky elephant bulls, they can just stick their trunks out and they're still able to breathe, so don't panic about that. But look how many there are. Not as many as yesterday, though. Yesterday afternoon, I can't tell you how many elephants were here. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. butterfly, they basically do have a slide. So they've obviously got the dam wall that lies just to the northeast of where they are. You imagine if we put a hose pipe out there and just let that entire slope get nice and wet. I reckon we'd see an elephant slide down on its bottom. And if you also watch them trying to navigate down steep sandy banks, they'll often sit down and end up sliding. That's quite funny. But that would be very cool to watch elephants sliding all the way in. Can you imagine? Actually, that sounds like a lot of fun for me, and now I'm very tempted to get a piece of plastic and lay it out, put some soap and water. Obviously, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to pollute the water. No one's stressed, but it would be a lot of fun. That sounds like a great idea for a birthday party. We've been trying to convince Tristan, actually, to have his birthday and have a pool party with slides, but we will see if we can get that right. But I think an elephant would jump at that opportunity. I also think that they would enjoy having a ball in there. Imagine a big blow-up ball. I reckon they would play with that and bounce it in the air. I think it would pop really quickly, though, so you'd have to have a spare one on standby. It would just be so epic to see them enjoying themselves even more. That little one now having a bit more of a wallow. Oh, me, I'll help you. I'll spray water on you, no problem. They're such busybodies, elephants. They can't leave one another alone. Oh, goodness, this one looks like it's now struggling to get up. Yes, there we go. Find your feet. It must be quite slippery. I also don't know, like, when dams and things dry up, you start to see how much debris is at the bottom, and every now and then we watch a young elephant pull up a stick. It's amazing how they roll around like that and they don't get hurt, but I suppose their skin is so thick that it will help protect them. But if I went in there, I'd trip and fall over on everything that was on the bottom. But having 4 feet on the ground also probably helps a bit with balance, eh? Rather than us being bipedal and stretching all the way up. Oh, this is so therapeutic to watch this. Also hear all the quailias and starlings and things that are sitting in the shade of the tree. There's not going to be too much action other than animals coming to drink from the dam today. I reckon everything is going to be hiding in the shade. I don't think the elephants will go too far either. I think that they'll hang around. Oh, there's another herd coming now on top of the dam wall. Who have we got? I suspect that we will see many more grey giants appearing from over the dam wall coming to join in the eco-training pool party.
Here is a different kind of party. No pool, but I think it's a slumber party. We're here with the Nkuhumas, and they're so well packed together that I can barely count them. I'm occasionally seeing a cub rear up their head. Hello. I saw a bit of a mane that would indicate that at least one of the males are around. And then I saw what I'm sure was Originose's boy, or one of Originose's boys, because the mane was starting to come through. But everyone is very, very densely packed. There's one of the males. It's already heated up quite a bit. It's only almost 10 o'clock in the morning. It's really, really hot. And I suspect that they may still be here in the afternoon, hopefully. And if you're wondering where they are, they're near Guaripan, actually just off Guaripan Road. Very, very close to those elephants. Now, the wind picked up so much, I suppose that explains why these elephants weren't reacting to the scent of these lions, because they were very, very relaxed when you saw them walk by. Oh, that was such a catty stretch. That was just That was just very, very cute. Johnny Whiskey, you'd like to know what's considered a small meal for big cats? Well, big cats are like leopards. Leopards, for them, a small meal would be a bird or a scrub hare. I would consider that a small meal for them. A snack, if you will. For a lion, also let's remember that for a leopard, a small meal is just something that they're having on their own. With a lion, very occasionally are they going to pick something out just on their own and not have to share it with the rest of the pride. So for them, a small meal might be an impala that they've all got to just have a couple bites of, which, for me would be a small meal. You hardly ever see them taking a scrub hairs or things like that, but there's so much that we miss, so much that we don't see. And I'm sure that as they go along their day, something walks by, Franklin, scrub hair and things like that, and it becomes an easy meal. Just not a very, very substantial one. Well, it's been awesome to be back. A stunning, stunning morning from all our locations. And I think I was especially spoilt. So thank you guys, it's that time. Thanks for your questions and your comments. We'll see you this afternoon for Sunset Safari.